You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. A particularly dangerous situation is underway right now with at least one PDS tornado warning active right now, which I think they reissued to update something or other. And that would be, I think, the one in northern Oklahoma. Is that right? Or is it the further north one? There's two confirmed right now. Our team are with us live.
Yes, currently we do have a PDS tornado warning in effect for those areas northeast of Newkirk, Oklahoma, straddling the Oklahoma-Kansas border. The one north in Kansas is not PDS, but the one in Oklahoma is.
We currently have 6 tornado warned cells right now, with 2 confirmed at this time. And this is something that we're going to be watching throughout the evening on this moderate risk day. As we saw yesterday, we had another serious event, and today may well go a similar way. This is Force 13 Live. My name is Nathan Foyne. I'm joined by our team right now. We have Maury, Sam, and Jack. Hello to all of you right now. And we are covering this event closely. Let's see if we can get to Maury right now, who's showing the close-up on that latest tornado warning right now. The PDS, I assume, is what you're looking at there.
No, this is actually the storm. This is actually the storm in Missouri at the moment. This is currently radar indicated. It's just I'm noticing that there is some tight rotation on this cell as well. So we shouldn't forget about this storm in Missouri as it continues to move towards the northeast.
Tornado warnings come in quick and thick and fast, and I've not been able to show you the actual one that's the PDS. Thankfully, it's a low population, 317, but that does include the community of Hardy in northern Oklahoma, which a damaging tornado is heading towards right now, and $half sized hail possible. So a serious PDS tornado right now. The first one of today so far, just as we were about to go live, and we started just a couple minutes early to cover that necessity. Aline Twill 07 says, do you think we'll get a high risk for severe weather later today? They're expecting to update shortly, and I don't think we will. Let's go back to my dashboard then, showing you these warnings that are currently in effect. Looks like the one further north in Kansas has been dropped from confirmed to radar indicated, but it's this one right now. That is the PDS tornado warning currently in effect there, and will extend, actually has that northern extension there into southern Kansas as well. This is live right now, and this is the latest information that we've got with these tornado warnings active. And as you can see, there are 2 further south in Texas as well, not very far from Wichita Falls, and a few other thunderstorms, severe thunderstorm warnings blowing up across Oklahoma as well in the moderate risk zone today. Let's go back to some of our screens right now. There's Maury. Let's see what Sam's showing us right now. And hello, Sam.
What the hell was it in? I am currently providing some live webcams courtesy of EarthCam out of Kansas City and Oklahoma City, both of which are under significant tornado threats, especially Oklahoma City, which is under that 15% significant tornado risk and the 45% significant hail risk, both of which have prompted the moderate risk for today. I do not believe that we will see a high risk, but I would treat it as if for those who are in the moderate risk areas and even the enhanced risk areas, to treat it as if as if you will get a tornado or any other large scale severe event to affect your area today. I do want to stress that it is imperative that all those who are in tornado warnings today, especially in the moderate risk and enhanced risk areas, um, to know what to do when you are under a tornado warning. For those of you who are under tornado warnings right now, what you need to do is get to safety in the lowest level of your home or business, preferably a basement, if not a small interior room in a closet or a bathroom or any other small room that you have in your home or business. And you will want to protect yourself with any soft objects that you have to provide a cushion against any flying debris or falling objects.
I'd like to let you know that the update is out and it is staying moderate. The enhanced risk has expanded significantly northeastwards. That was the risk before, and there it is now. What's changed? Well, the western leg of that zone has moved around a little bit. The moderate is exactly the same. The enhanced risk extends further east to cover parts of northeastern Missouri and southeastern Iowa, and also into just a tiny part there of western Illinois as well. Anything else changing on that graphic? No, I don't think so. So that's the latest from the SPC, and given that they have not upgraded it to high now, it suggests to me that they won't do it at all at this point. But still, it's a very dangerous moderate risk zone, and it's 15 sig for tornadoes, and if it did go up to 30 sig, then that would be your high risk, but they've not gone for that at this point. Here's a live view of everything going on right now, and you can see how it's been expanding throughout the course of the last few hours, and a lot of little storms blowing up cells, some supercells even, lining up there along what is starting to become a line, and will continue to get a little bit more linear later on this evening. So the first major wave, well, we did have a wave of storms earlier, of course, which produced a few tornado warnings and probable tornado landings. And this is the main event right now, and then around 3-4 hours from now it will probably finish, and then there'll be a secondary smaller event probably on the south side of the line as it continues to move across. So the main time for action is right now, and for the next 4 hours or so is what we're expecting here as we watch these significant tornado warned storms live in front of us here. So just to recap, PDS tornado warning in effect right now in northernmost Oklahoma. I'll circle it there once again, and that extends into southern Kansas. I just need to clarify whether the Kansas side of the warning is PDS. Yes, it is. 746 people on that side as well. So we are looking at small populations, but the population of Silverdale and Hardy both in a PDS tornado warning right now, and obviously a very dangerous situation. Take cover immediately. Let's see what everyone else is up to right now then, and let's see. Jack's not quite ready over there by the looks of things. He's pulling a face. Don't know what he's up to.
I don't know why it's doing that.
And then we've got Maury over there, and we can see what's going on your screen. What's this? That is the PDS, isn't it? Is it?
Yes, it's the PDS. And I do notice that there is some tight rotation on it. It does look concerning, so all those areas should be in shelter that are under the tornado warning. And it does seem like that this is a system that is potentially and likely producing a tornado as it moves towards Silverdale.
Alright, we'll bring that back in a minute. Let's just move to the right room, everyone, because we started quite abruptly, so I'm just going to sort that out right now. And then we'll be able to take a look at what everyone's sharing again in a sec. Get your comments and questions in live. Start your message with Force 13 all in text, and we'll be able to have a chat about anything that comes up. Of course, when we're not tracking all the severe stuff live. Sam's looking at Oklahoma City right now.
Yes, and again, Oklahoma City, that is probably going to be the largest population center in this moderate risk. So there is a chance that we might be able to catch something on that camera if things do go south in that area. And I do want to stress that anyone who is in any major population center or even in a remote area, if you are under this moderate risk or enhanced risk, or even some of the slight risk areas, any tornado threat that you are under, you need to prepare as if you will see a tornado today coming through your area. So it is imperative that you put together a tornado safety plan as soon as you can and locate the nearest shelter. I do want to also note that the NWS has also put out a reminder to all of those who are in especially in the moderate risk, to actually end up. I recommend them to be in an area where they can easily access a safe shelter, due to the extreme nature of this potentially extreme nature of this outbreak today. Hopefully, we do not see an outbreak to the extent of what we saw yesterday. But the way that things are trending, it looks like we could see that and possibly more.
So just to bring to you the latest information, we still have a PDS tornado warning active right now along the border between... interestingly, they've popped up a severe thunderstorm warning over that as well. I'm wondering what's happening there. That might be just behind the tornadic cell. Maury, are you looking at it right now?
I believe I am.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
There is a severe thunderstorm warning that has popped up behind the main system. It includes Arkansas City. I believe this is that one.
All right. Where's the tornado then?
The tornado is right here where you see these brighter colors. Near Silverdale. So that is within that red box, which is the tornado warning box. And that is where you will be able to see the tornado if there is one.
If we hear anything from that area, then we'll be sure to put it out there. As of right now, though, we don't have any news from that area, just that there is a dangerous situation going on there right now. A dangerous tornado certainly has been on the ground, and no reason to suggest that it no longer is. Of course, they can pop up very quickly. Not seeing much on that CC radar there, but it looked a little bit garbled. And there once again is the velocity view. And where is this out of? Is it near the edge of the radar here? Because it looks a bit messy.
Well, currently what I'm seeing, this is the radar near Pond Creek. The Pond Creek Nescatuna area. So I'm not sure. Let me find how far this radar is. This radar is around 70 miles away, so it definitely would cause some troubles in the projections of this radar.
And there's a new really big tornado warning right now for Enid, the edge of Enid, Oklahoma, Blackwell and Tonkawa, until 3:45 p.m. 46,000 in this tornado warning right now. In terms of its size, geographically, it's pretty huge. and it's radar indicated, so not an observed tornado right now, but we currently have 8 tornado warned cells right now, including the one observed tornado that's currently active, but 7 others radar indicated at the moment. Dane Rings says they heard Kansas City won't be getting hit until 10 or 11 p.m. Is that right? Well, there's some severe thunderstorms heading your way right now, so they will arrive in, I guess, an hour or two, and I think it will be for the rest of the evening out there that you should be looking out for this potential tornadic activity. If I just consult the latest model run just a second here, I might be able to provide a little bit more insight. So Kansas City gets a lot of showers, strong thunderstorms. I don't know about tornadoes in there, but certainly strong thunderstorms around about 8 o'clock, and they will continue for the rest of the evening. Once again, if there's any news that we get from Silverdale right now, which is under a PDS tornado warning, then you'll see it. You can hear a camera in the background, by the way. That's a sound bite that we've got from Oklahoma City right now. Sounded like an eager motorcyclist going along. We're hearing the traffic noise from the interstate there. When anything happens over there in Oklahoma City, we'll be able to show you a little bit of what's going on. But in the meantime, Oklahoma City isn't getting much right now. In fact, it looks sunny. I can't quite tell actually, but it looks pretty bright. And the southern PDS tornado warning has gone, and we now have a new confirmed tornado, the most southerly one that we've got, the one in Texas. That is a confirmed tornado right now, and they've dropped the PDS for Silverdale. It is still an observed tornado that they've got right there, but it's also PDS in Texas right now. So PDS tornado warning for Monday and Knox City, Texas until 3:45 p.m. There's been so much clutter around here. Let me just grab this for you. This is the latest PDS tornado warning, 2,500 in this one, and this is for Monday and Knox City. Another damaging tornado on the ground with baseball-sized hail possible. That's another PDS tornado warning that's just been issued on the other side, other end almost of the line in Texas, well to the southwest of Wichita Falls. So that is another live PDS, the second one now in quick succession.
Yeah, I will read off that tornado warning, PDS tornado warning in detail. This is for a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado over Knox City, which is moving to the northeast at 25 miles an hour. Multiple recent reports from weather spotters have reported a tornado near Knox City. This is also going to include Monday and Rhineland. So if you are in Monday, Knox City, or Rhineland, you need to be in shelter right now. This is going to continue for about the next 30 minutes.
And this may have been the same storm or a similar storm not too long ago. This was near Knox City just before 3 o'clock. So it may well be that system there. I don't know if it is that one, or that might end up being the cell that was in front of it that's severe thunderstorm warned, but gives you an idea of what they're dealing with down there right now. That's a PDS tornado warning in sort of towards northern Texas there. You can see it on the very bottom left hand side of the regional radar that we're showing, and it's still on Maury's screen there on the right with the velocity showing a substantial signature there, definitely so, and a significant tornado is underway in Knox City.
Latest velocity values show a very strong, potentially a very strong tornado on the ground, now just northeast, now just barely to the east of Knox City, and this is going to be heading. This looks like this is going to be, this might just miss Monday to the west, but they could still, with how slow this is going, this could eat the, with slow tornadoes, they are more susceptible to changing direction. They could move towards the left or towards the right in this case, so which is one of the reasons why they have the warnings more in a more broad orientation, like as like in a lot of their polygons, is to account for, one, the uncertainty of the exact path of the tornado, and two, the debris fallout that could come as a result of the tornado. So even if you don't get hit directly by the tornado, debris, flying debris could get flung for up to miles, which is why, and it is to account for the off chance that it could hit, that flying debris of any caliber could hit areas and potentially cause continued damage or even serious injury or worse. So especially for those of you who are in Monday, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now.
Well, absolutely. That's the latest PDS tornado warning that is still in effect right now, and that is in, I saw those counties listed just then. You had the county names, didn't you? But that was for Knox City and Monday in Texas. Let's see if we've got any more updates here. There's obviously lots of tornado warnings that are still active right now. Hiawatha, Fairview, and Robinson, Kansas until 4 p.m. That's a tornado warning there. Seneca, Centralia, and Corning, Kansas until 3:30. Silverdale until 3:30. That was the PDS that's been downgraded, but still an observed tornado. And the PDS that is active right now, it was issued twice, interestingly enough. I'm not sure why, because I don't see any significant changes on there, but for some reason they had to put it out twice. They must have corrected something in the small print. And there was one 7 minutes ago for Maryville, Stanbury, and Ravenwood, Missouri until 4 p.m. as well. That, I'm not sure, that may be the first one in Missouri today. I'm not sure on that one. No, it isn't. We had a few others earlier. So that's the latest that we've got at this moment in time, but the focus on that PDS tornado warning. But we do still have 5 tornado warned cells. Well, that's a little bit of an improvement. It was 8 earlier, but we still have 5 tornado warned cells. 2 of them are observed, the 2 southerly ones, and then you have the 3 northerly ones there in northern Kansas, stretching into northwestern Missouri.
Speaking of which, we have just received a new tornado warning. This is for southeastern County and western Chautauqua counties, both in Kansas. This is going to be expiring at the top of the hour. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located 6 miles northeast of Hardy, moving to the northeast at 35 miles an hour. The storm is going to be near Cedar Vale within the next 15 minutes, so if you are in Cedar Vale, now is the time to take shelter.
Now that is the XPDS, actually. So that one is still continuing, and it's down to radar indicated then, I assume.
Yep, that is an extension. Radar indicated, but it is an extension of that previous warning.
So a lot going on right now. Feel free to share the stream. Obviously, there's a lot of people who are in the way of all this right now, and so it's very important that people stay informed during this event. as we continue to watch it live right now, and this is expected to, this main phase of the event, to go on maybe for 3 or 4 hours or so. But right now the main focus of our attention in this moment, and it is moment by moment coverage, is the tornado PDS in northern Texas. Maury's still looking at that other one there in Kansas, which looked like it was starting to improve once again there.
I mean, it does. It is trying its best to sustain itself as it approaches towards Cedar Vale. And we're still seeing some of those brighter colors with it, which does mean still strong rotation with the storm. What I am noticing is those brighter colors are becoming more widespread. I'm not sure exactly what that has to do, but it may mean that the tornado may be weakening as it is broadening in size, the rotation. But still, we are still watching for this potential rotation that continues, even though the latest frame does show it weakening a little bit on one of the sides.
Well, let's hope so.
I also want to point out a recently issued mesoscale discussion per the SPC concerning one of the tornado watches here for tornado watch 146. They note that a pair of potentially long-lived supercells within the southern portion of this watch may evolve with an intense tornado as well as a very large hail threat. That's including areas including Haskell, towns of Haskell, Wichita Falls, both in Texas, Lawton and Duncan in Oklahoma. And this is going to be for once again, potentially long-lived, slow-moving discrete supercells over, including the one over Knox County. This one is about around the far southern portion of the broader convective plume, extending north across Oklahoma and Kansas. Very high mixed layer cape and mid-60 surface dew points, both of which will provide ample fuel for this cell, could cause this cell to become cyclic, and it could evolve beyond the very large hail threat with up to baseball-sized hail reported thus far. The supercell to its northeast, the Wilbarger County, Texas, will also have potential to further intensify as it spreads towards and northwest of Wichita Falls, given the more favorable environmental conditions in place. So these two cells are definitely going to need to be watched as they continue across the watch area in northern Texas and into southern Oklahoma.
Now you may be able to hear in the background, the wind is definitely getting up in Oklahoma City at this time. No storms really in that area, but obviously things are picking up. Some new tornado warnings as well, as you can see those new red blocks there. And we'll throw our camera back. In central Oklahoma, or central northern Oklahoma. Let's just get info on those ones right now. I think those are the most recent warnings. Yes, yeah. And they are two distinct shapes that have cut across two different areas of National Weather Service office areas. Basically, Morrison and Sumner, Oklahoma, and Osage County and Pawnee County, part of, until 4:15. Radar indicated there. The westerly one, they're saying golf ball sized hail. The easterly one, they're saying ping pong sized. Total population, all of that, nearly 3,000. So another area there under a tornado warning right now. But at the moment we still have the one active tornado, and it is still PDS right now. Particularly dangerous situation in Texas. And that is the second one that we've had in a fairly short amount of time. The other one, of course, was just on the border between Oklahoma and Kansas. That area is actually now under a flash flood warning as well.
Yeah, and fortunately it looks like the new tornado warned storm is mainly for Osage and Pawnee counties, is mainly going to stay in rural areas. So no major population centers in that area. But it is recommended for anyone in that area to stay out of that, either stay out of that county, stay out of that area, or if you are in that area and you have shelter, go ahead and take cover, take your tornado precautions.
And you're seeing some of that with Jack's screen there right now as well. Problem is, Jack, you've got your own bottom bar there, but it's obscured by our one. It's not working so well. He's got Tornado One. He's got all the graphics going over there. But I can't fault Jack's ingenuity right there. That's pretty good stuff. He could probably do some live streaming in future.
Yep.
So that's the latest tornado warning there in Oklahoma that's being shown on that right hand side, and that is this one right there. That's the newest one, and looks like the XPDS one has been extended actually as well, or unless that's another one next to it. Let's have a little look here. So new tornado warning for Dexter and Cambridge until 4:15. That is a new tornado warning. I'm just wondering if it's part of the same cell or a different cell, or whether they've just gone
and... It's part of the same cell, it seems. It's part of the same cell.
Yep, okay. So they've just gone and put out another one. Let's go back to Maury here, and is that the one? Yep, you're showing us that one. A little bit no, actually it's still quite low populations in this area, which obviously is better news, but there are still 504 in that new tornado warning, so take cover immediately. Dexter and Cambridge, that's until 4:15.
I currently have a feed up of a live storm chaser in Knox City. This is Michael Beard, courtesy of Live Storms Media. Unfortunately, I cannot show the stream due to copyright reasons. However, what I'm seeing on the stream, it looks like I did see a power pole that was tipped over as the person is driving past it. They appear to be in the area where that supercell is, where that large damaging tornado on the ground is right now. There's no visual of the tornado right now, but we are starting to see just a tad bit of damage out of that area. While this storm fortunately looks like most of the area is rural areas, but looks like Knox City might have taken a direct hit earlier, and thankfully it looks like this tornado is staying to the northwest of Monday.
Okay, some tornado warning continuations: Stanbury, Ravenwood, and Conception, Missouri until 4 o'clock. And for Hiawatha, Robinson, and Reserve, Kansas until 4 o'clock. 2 tornado warnings being sustained there. And Maury, you were showing us what looked like a pretty gnarly rotation just then. Which one was that? I'm sorry, you just went over. That was the XPDS or the one in Texas?
The one in Texas.
Alright, the current PDS, that one then. And it did look very good on that radar imagery. There it is again, is it?
Yeah, I believe so.
Wow. Very impressive on that velocity view right now.
It is.
Tornado warning has gone confirmed for southwestern Elk, eastern Cali, and northwestern Chautauqua counties in Kansas. That is that is near Dexter, 13 miles west of Cedar Vale. Is that not the?
Not that one, unless there's 2, but no. All I'm seeing right now is the one at Sumner has gone confirmed.
Okay, Sumner
and Morrison. There it is on the screen.
Yeah.
1,500 in that one right now. Quarter-sized hail possible. A confirmed tornado then here, and that's just been issued. So just to clarify, no confirmed tornado at the moment for the one near Dexter and Cambridge.
I want to break in right now. we have a new we have a PDS tornado warning. PDS tornado warning for a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado over Knox City. This is moving northeast at 25 miles an hour, or I think that was earlier, actually.
That was earlier.
That was up, yeah.
But it is still active. Oh, yeah. I just saw it get updated. Yeah.
Yeah, it says continuous tornado warning PDS. Yep. So it is still PDS. So
however, one thing to note, it is down to radar indicated. It is not confirmed to be on the ground due to like observing. It is only radar indicated at the moment, but it's still a PDS situation, so still treat this as a very dangerous tornado.
Yeah. That was the one near Knox City, isn't it?
It is.
That's right. And looks like we've got another confirmed tornado. The one that is near Dexter and Cambridge. Looks like that's gone confirmed just now. I don't have the details at the moment.
Yep. I will relay those right now. Where that confirmed tornado is over Dexter right now. Hopefully everyone who is in Dexter is in shelter right now. And this was confirmed by emergency management. So ground reports right there. This tornado is again over Dexter right now. This is also going to include Cambridge. This will include Cambridge. So if you're in Cambridge, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. This looks to also be a rain-wrapped tornado as well.
Mm-hmm.
So you will not be able to see the tornado.
So that is something to note. Do not go looking for the tornado. Just go straight to your shelter, because there is a tornado on the ground with this. You just won't be able to see it due to it being wrapped in rainfall. This currently is heading directly for Dexter, and it is
tornado warning.
Okay. Which one? I don't see a distinctly new tornado warning unless it's a continuation of another one.
Wait, have you already covered that one, Dexter and Cambridge?
Yes.
Yeah, we covered that one.
It went confirmed. Still don't have the National Weather Service on that though. Oh,
it is.
Finally got it actually. There it is. You'll see it in just a second here. Just to confirm that one then on the screen. It is a population of 497. Thankfully, a lesser amount. That is PDS. Did we mention that?
No, I don't think so.
Dexter and Cambridge, PDS right now, damaging tornado.
I think I went over that thing, but just
so that's another
go ahead.
PDS
Just
right
go
now.
ahead and
that's the third one.
In case I haven't gone over, go ahead and read that.
I ain't got nothing to read about it. I've just got the graphic there, but obviously
All
Dexter
right.
and Cambridge, life-threatening situation, dangerous tornado active. Once again, it was the old PDS that we had earlier. Looks like it's recycled. This is Full City and Live with the latest on this tornado outbreak, as it appears to be shaping out to be, with several confirmed tornadoes active right now, 3 in fact, and 2 PDS warnings.
Law enforcement did confirm a tornado as official report coming in. There was an official report saying that a law enforcement reported tornado was reported a mile west of US 177, 6 miles southwest of Morrison, 1 mile south of the Noble County line. This is in Payne County in Oklahoma.
A lot going on.
Sure.
And not to mention that we also have now this is for excessive rainfall. We have a high risk for excessive rainfall in central Oklahoma, courtesy of the Weather Prediction Center. This high risk is for central Oklahoma. That is in effect for a small portion of east central Oklahoma, where numerous significant flash flood impacts are expected. So this is also going to be in the moderate risk tornado area as well. For those who are in the higher risks, especially the moderate and high risks of the excessive rainfall outlook, all of those who are in there, if any of you are in both a flash flood and a tornado warning, you will need to prioritize the tornado warning first, as that is the more immediate threat to your life.
If we get any news out of any of these locations that are being affected, we will of course let you know. We do have a viewpoint from the Knox City tornado a few moments ago here. Here is a view of what it was looking like. This was Knox City a few moments ago in Texas. That's the PDS tornado warning that still is active there. One of 2 PDS tornado warnings current. The other one being southeast of Wichita in Kansas.
A new tornado warning has been issued. New tornado warning is for east central Washita County, northern Caddo County, and southwestern Canadian County in Oklahoma until 4:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Alfalfa, moving to the northeast at 35 miles an hour. In addition to a tornado, golf ball size hail will be a threat with this storm as well. This includes the following locations of Alfalfa, as well as Hinton, Binger, Eakley, Wakiba, Fort Cobb Reservoir, Cedar Lake, and Cowden, including Interstate 40 between mile markers 100 and 105.
If we get any more information, we'll let you know, but that's the latest thing that we just saw there, that view from the Knox City tornado. We still have 3 observed tornado warnings active. 2 of them are PDS right now, although relatively low populations. And which tornado warning did you just mention?
I believe that was the Alfalfa one. That's
the one. There it is on the screen now. Counties. Radar indicated. That just flashed up here. That for some reason was submitted twice as well, and I'm not sure what, if anything, they changed when they issued it and they reissued it. Still an observed tornado near Sumner right now, Morrison and Sumner, until 4 p.m.
We have just received a new mesoscale discussion concerning an area stretching from northeastern Kansas through northern Missouri, south central Iowa, and into far western Illinois. This is including tornado watches 145 and 147 covering much of this area. The threat for brief tornadoes as well as damaging outflow winds and hail will continue within these watch areas and may spread east, necessitating additional watch areas. Supercells have formed along a warm front which now extends from northeast Kansas and northwest Missouri and from southwest Iowa into southern Wisconsin. This heating is continuing along the boundary, which will provide more fuel and more favorable environmental conditions for the development of strong to severe storms. However, tornado risk with any supercells may materialize that move across northern Missouri and Iowa through the afternoon hours. So the threat may extend beyond beyond Weather Watch 147, and another watch may be possible depending
I'm sure
on
it
trends.
will.
And further south into eastern Kansas and western Missouri, supercells, the environmental conditions will be favorable for supercells and or damaging bow segments this evening with all modes of severe weather possible.
The PDS tornado warning in Texas has been extended. It now covers all of these locations. A very small population still, thankfully, but you could still be affected by this dangerous tornado, and take cover now if you're in any of these areas immediately. Vera, Goree, Beaumartin, and Red Springs along Route 82, 277.
Yeah, it will. I believe this is the Dexter one, right?
No, that's the Texas one.
Okay.
So that's the PDS, which continues there. The one at Dexter and Cambridge, we do have an update just now, so they've dropped the PDS tag now, but still observed at this point. And I think there's a new tornado warning in the northern cell in Texas, about to reach the border, if we haven't covered that already, but I think that's brand new.
It is brand new. That was just issued a minute ago. This tornado warning is for west central Wichita and southeastern Will Barger counties in northern Texas, which is going to go until 4:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time, where a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near Grayback, moving to the northeast at 25 miles an hour. In addition to a tornado, golf ball size hail will also be possible with this storm. This will affect the following areas: Electra, Harold, Grayback, Oklahoma Union, and Haynesville. So if you are in any of those areas, now is the time to take your tornado safety precautions.
Yeah, no cameras in that particular area, unfortunately. But as we heard there, it's relatively close to Wichita Falls. This is Force 13 Live with actually down to one PDS tornado warning active. One's still more than enough, and two other observed tornadoes still on the ground right now as well in northern Oklahoma and southern Kansas. The PDS tornado warning right now is in northern Texas, heading in the general direction of Wichita Falls, still quite some distance away. And then we saw that new one that came in. We've just received the confirmation image on that one, so here it is, that new tornado warning there for the cell that was ahead of that PDS storm. Here it is where it is now, and that's Harold, Haynesville, and Electra under this tornado warning. 2,500, so a significant amount. And if we, obviously knowing what the system behind it has done, can't be too careful with this one. If we get any more info from those, we will let you know. Stat. We're also looking out to see if there's any damage reports or anything along those lines. Haven't seen anything yet in the places that were under the PDS tornado warnings in the last hour. We've had 3, and we've had several confirmed tornadoes as well in that time, so it's been a busy hour. Still not even finished the first hour, as a matter of fact. I would say this is the first main hour of this event, and that the main sequence of this event will probably continue for another 3 hours or so, maybe a little bit longer depending on just how things go. We expect the linearity to increase. We're already starting to see that near Wichita and into northern Oklahoma there, a little bit of a line, but the tornadic storms are just ahead of that line, and that's always the area that you've got to look out for. Even so, within that line itself, severe thunderstorm warnings there, and you can never rule out a tornadic threat from those two. So, Mari, which one are we looking at now?
I'm just looking at a general view. I'm looking at a general view of the 2 tornado warnings that we have in 3 tornado warnings, in fact, that we have in Oklahoma. And you can see that they are in that environment. They're not being interfered by other storms. At the moment, of course, they will eventually congeal into a line, but they're still managing to remain their own storms at the moment. So that will be concerning for a possible scenario where these storms may strengthen.
Oh,
However,
definitely southern and central Oklahoma, completely.
Yes. So that is what we're seeing.
If you've got any comments and questions for us, please send them in and share the stream. I'm sure there's a lot of people in these areas that would hopefully benefit from our coverage. I have no idea, but feel free to send us their way. In the meantime, we're still watching all of these tornado warnings active right now, and we can tell you that there are 6 cells that are warned. 3 of them are observed tornadoes, and 1 of them is still PDS. We've got a continuation of the warning for Hinton, Eakley and Lukiba, Oklahoma until 4:30, and no new warnings apart from that one just now. It feels like we've been getting, in fact there is a new warning, a continuation of the one at Cambridge, Kansas until 4:15. That was the XPDS, only 171 in that, but everyone counts. So still a tornado warning there. That's radar indicator, so actually that one's gone from the confirmed list now, so we're down to 2 confirmed at this time, with that one becoming radar indicated. But of course, radar indicated could still mean anything. It's just lack of confirmation that there is a tornado on the ground, but it still may well be.
That is true.
I'll still be looking out for any damage reports or any more views of those tornadoes recently. Not seeing very much on the wires though right now. Certainly not in the places that had the PDSs. So we'll wait and see what happens next. It's a very fluid and evolving situation. We still have the PDS tornado warning down in Texas. We just get that information for you again. Nearly 600 in that tornado warning, the PDS. The communities of Gorey, Beaumartin, Red Springs and Vera under the PDS tornado warning. That was 7 minutes ago. It got reissued, extended, and we wait to hear any other information. Can we look at that right now, Maury?
Which storm?
The southern one, the PDS.
Okay.
I think takes all precedent right now.
One thing I did notice with the system, it does look much weaker than it originally was.
It does.
But still, this is still a particularly dangerous situation, as this did have a history of producing possibly strong
and it's
tornadoes.
still right there, so it's still right there. Not quite as good as it looked earlier, but something like this could easily recycle. Now, just want to point out the one in northern Oklahoma that was observed has been downgraded to radar indicated as well. So these things can fluctuate very quickly. We're just down to the 1 confirmed tornado right now. So that's the main area of our focus at this point, but we still have several radar indicated tornado warnings active. We have 2 in Oklahoma, 1 other in Texas, and 1 cell in Kansas, and still 1 up in Missouri as well that's still active, that tornado warning. Haven't heard much out of that one, so I imagine that might be expiring. Don't quote me on that. Nope, it's not expiring. They've just reissued it. Continuation there until 4 p.m. So we're coming up to that now. We'll see what happens. Still radar indicated. Fairly high population as well compared to the others we've been looking at. 2,700 in that ping pong sized hail possible in that tornado warning. That's the northern one in northwestern Missouri. Pulse 13 live coverage on this severe weather event, a major severe weather event ongoing, and looks like we've got an observed tornado now in the northern Texas one, and I'm just trying to get some news on that, but it's definitely gone observed. But I don't have the bulletin yet. I know, Maury, you were just looking at it briefly there, but it's another observed tornado. I don't think it's PDS.
It isn't.
So we have the PDS at the back, and in front of it we have the standard tornado observed warning, but still an observed tornado on the ground right now. Take cover immediately as soon as we can get that to you. Yes, I think we can. There it is, observed tornado warning. That's for 2,600 people, and Harold is right in the middle of that, including as well as Haynesville, Electra, and Oakland Union is right on the edge of that. So an observed tornado there right now. Take cover immediately in these areas. It just so happens to be in a black spot for a lot of the cameras that we're looking at.
There is one still image view of this, but it's
really?
not showing too much. It's not showing too much at the moment. Just some cloud buildup in the general region, and such.
Not worth the bother then. But these are very generally quite sparse areas. Of course, in this instance, we've got, what's the largest place that's in there, right? Electra. She's on the edge of that tornado warning, but Electra is a substantial town there. But Harold, which is a much smaller community along the US 70, I think it is, and the rail line there, that is one area that I'm most concerned about there being affected. I see that they have a little wind farm near there as well, so those things are quite expensive if they get hit by tornadoes, so we'll see what happens with that. Which one are you looking at now?
I'm looking at the newest observed warning that's near
and there it is.
Yeah, and you can notice that there is some rotation. It's a little hard to tell, but a noticeable area of rotation signature. It's moving along County Road 1763, heading towards US Route 287. This is heading directly for Harold, I believe, and it is a confirmed tornado, but it is not PDS, but still you have to take your precautions with this tornado.
Take cover now in that area and watch that one closely. 2 confirmed tornadoes in northern Texas right now. They're the only ones that are currently active. We did have quite a few a little bit earlier, but they're both observed, and the southern one is still PDS right now. Particularly dangerous situation for the southernmost tornado, a damaging tornado, but it is dealing with much lesser populations, but of course not to minimize the potential impacts, but a little bit of thankfulness that it's not in a heavily populated area. But there are plenty of small communities out there that could be devastated by a damaging tornado on the ground. Start your message with Force 13 all in text if you've got any comments or observations that you'd like to bring to us, if it's safe to do so during this event, and we'll take it on air. In the meantime, we're still watching those two cells to the south. Just play that radar loop a little bit there to give you an idea of how it's been evolving in the last couple of hours. And as you can see, we've had quite a few tornadoes there in a few spots along what is a line that's continuing to develop, but still plenty of gaps in that line and plenty of opportunity. Still got plenty of radar indicated tornado warnings further north, but we still just have the two confirmed ones, which is obviously a lot to look at in any case. The tornado warning for Hinton and Lukiba extended until 4:30. It's got a population of 7,000 in that warning. That's a fair amount, and also covers part of the interstate 40.
Does look like rotation is still there on that storm. It continues. Doesn't look like it's getting stronger, but it still is fairly strong at that. Definitely not as strong as some of those more southern cells, but as it approaches towards Bridgeport along Interstate 40, you can see that this is still a rotating storm with that system.
Looks very similar to what the XPDS looked like that just entered Kansas about half an hour ago. Before it went confirmed again.
It does. It resembles it.
All right, we'll keep looking out for any further updates on any of those. I believe there may have been a viewpoint. Yeah, this is a view of the Dexter cell apparently, and I think, oh, it's a massive lightning strike, and look how close that was. Oh, that's incredible. So that was a very powerful lightning strike there from the cell that was at Dexter, Kansas a little while ago.
Yeah, I do want to know that we do have a continuing PDS tornado warning for southeastern Knox and southwestern Baylor counties in northern Texas. This is going to go for the next half hour. A large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Rhineland as of 3:41 p.m. Central Time, continuing to move northeast at 25 miles an hour. Locations impacted include currently Seymour, Monday, Goury, Red Springs, Vera, Rhineland, and Beaumartin. So looks like this is continuing to be a large, slow-moving rain-wrapped tornado that is looking to make looks like it's starting to close in near Seymour.
A new tornado warning for Cedar Vale, Kansas until 4:30 p.m. Now I say it's a new one, it looks quite close to, it's very close to Dexter actually. I think this is a different cell though, but that is a new tornado warning out there right now, 700 in that population zone. So there's another tornado warning, but the one in Missouri, that is gone now, so they're clear at the moment, but they do have some severe thunderstorm warnings. We just have the two confirmed tornadoes right now in Texas. One of them is PDS still, and then we have 2 or 3 radar indicated tornadoes, one in Oklahoma, and I think it will be 2 in Kansas right now. This is live coverage as it occurs here on this moderate risk day, a very dangerous day for tornadic activity, unfortunately, and it's set to continue for a fair while longer yet as this line starts to take shape. but especially look around Oklahoma as the evening goes on. Well, I'll take another look at one of the HRRR model right now. It just initiated for 20Z, which obviously is a little bit ago. And you know what? Even that model run, 20Z, which just coming out, did not really see the nope, it did not see that Texas PDS.
Interesting.
As for everything else, it sort of looks a little pretty messy after this. I don't really know what to make of that latest HRRR run. I'm not seeing many supercells at all. I just don't know. It might just be a completely botched run. Obviously not picking up on the Texas cell. That one's confused me, but that was the HRRR. We can only really talk about what we've got in front of us right now.
It might still allow for QLCS tornadoes to develop if they're congealing into a line, though. So, that is something to know. But
an update on the PDS tornado warning. It's still in effect for Red Springs until 4:30 p.m. 281 in that tornado warning right now. It's still PDS for a damaging tornado, and the tornado warning for Cambridge, Kansas continues until 4:15. So we're still watching that one as well, but the main one right now is this PDS tornado warning at this point, still for Red Springs, Texas, and there's nothing to say it won't continue to get extended if they still see it. You're hearing a lot of wind noise in the background. That is Oklahoma City right now. I'm monitoring the camera there in case things start to get heavy. Not much going on right now, but definitely getting a big dose of wind. I just have it on in the background there as a kind of atmosphere on our stream. But some big storms could be on the way for Oklahoma City, but not yet, is the takeaway right now.
we'll see what happens as we get later on into the evening.
Certainly haven't seen anything else regarding the places that have been most affected by these storms, although I haven't checked up on the northern confirmed tornado warning. What was that location again? It was
Electra,
and it was Harold.
New tornado warning has just been issued. That tornado warning is for northeastern K County in northern Oklahoma. This will go until 4:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time, where a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 6 miles east of Chilocco, moving to the northeast at 35 miles an hour. Hazards with this storm include a tornado and golf ball sized hail as indicated by radar. This tornadic thunderstorm will remain over mainly rural areas of northeastern K County. If you are anywhere in K County, however, in this part of K County, you will need to find shelter immediately.
Well, take a look at this. This is the Harold, Texas storm right now, or a moment ago, and that's how it looked. And there's that wind farm that I was talking about just a moment ago as well. And that's the main route there, it would seem, looking in at that tornado warned storm. That was just a couple minutes ago.
Definitely a very ominous situation that occurred in that general vicinity.
Pretty incredible. But certainly mentions of a war cloud and plenty of stuff going on there. and a funnel cloud as well being reported there too, on top of oh no, sorry, that's an old one. Never mind that. Just go with what we just saw. Although interestingly, it looks like that one's been downgraded to radar indicated now.
It has been, I guess because it's been a while since that report of an observed tornado was issued.
And speaking of tornado warnings, we just got a new one. This is for north central Caddo and western Canadian counties in Oklahoma. This is going to go until the top of the hour. The severe thunderstorm was located near Hinton, moving to the northeast at 35 miles an hour. Tornado and golf ball size hail will be the hazards with the storm. This will include El Reno, Hinton, Calumet, and Cedar Lake, including I-40 between mile markers 102 and 125. There's also NWS Norman has also put out a tweet on their social media account saying that they have received reports that warnings are experiencing delays in reaching NOAA Weather Radio. Given the serious situation ongoing, they are recommending that those in affected areas consider other methods of receiving warnings, such as TV coverage, wireless emergency alerts on your phone, or their social media accounts.
So that is concerning for people who are trying to receive their warnings with NOAA weather radios, among other tactics, such as that.
Yeah, I mean, TV. I mean, at this point, especially considering the timing, TV or social media or your phone. Make sure you have wireless emergency alerts enabled, especially if you rely on a weather radio.
Definitely.
So a few tornado warnings still active right now, and just the one confirmed, and that's the PDS near Red Springs, Texas. And a few radar indicated tornado warnings. One of them was confirmed earlier, just about to head into Oklahoma now. One of them about to cross Interstate 40 near El Reno, and two others in southern Kansas, amongst a big hub of severe thunderstorm warnings up there as well.
There has been an extension to one of the tornado warnings that was in Oklahoma. It is now entering into Kansas and includes the eastern parts of Arkansas City. It's a radar indicated threat as this storm moves into areas near Arkansas City and Winfield. This includes many locations. It was found 7 miles east of Chilocco, this rotation, or 8 miles southeast of Arkansas City, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. The flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter.
Tornado being reported on the ground southwest of Hinton. That's according to Weather Track US on the radar. Watching Coco 5's weather coverage for the tornado near Hinton.
There's the view in northern Oklahoma right now on Interstate 35, looking north. That is 35, isn't it? Yep. And that is under big hub of severe thunderstorm warnings right now at this location. And as you can see, driving conditions are pretty treacherous. Although there shouldn't be a tornado warnings in this zone right now. Could still be one or two later on though. The tornado warnings are further east and just over the border into southern Kansas.
But still, a tornado being confirmed to be on the ground near Hinton from some reports as it approaches Interstate 40.
Really?
Well, that's what Samuel said.
Yeah, that was relayed from a news station out of, I believe, Oklahoma. A new tornado warning has also been issued. This is for in the Kansas City Pleasant Hill area of responsibility. So this is going to be in northwestern and north central Missouri. This is going to be for northeastern Gentry and west central Harrison counties in Missouri, which is going to go until 4:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 4:11 p.m. Central Daylight Time, this severe thunderstorm was located near Albany, moving to the east at 30 miles an hour. Hazards with the storm included tornado and quarter-size hail. This is going to impact the following areas: Albany, New Hampton, Gentry, and Martinsville. So if you are in any of those areas that I've just mentioned, you need to be taking your tornado safe precautions now.
And there was there's a lot going on in Hinton. I'm not seeing an active tornado, but there's lots of views resembling very nasty looking skies there, and you can see this one right here. What a beautiful shot, by the way. But very, very dark clouds there, angry looking. No tornado on that picture, but certainly lots of precipitation under that. Maybe some strong hail as well. And looking out for that potential tornado in this area as it is entering more populated areas.
We also have a tornado on the ground west of Seymour, Texas. This was tweeted from storm chaser Jeff Petrowski. And this is now a PDS tornado warning. This is a PDS tornado warning, including Seymour, Texas.
Yep, a continuation of that PDS I mentioned earlier. There's nothing to say it wouldn't get extended, and it has.
And this new PDS tornado warning is going until it will go to the top of the hour. This is now for southeastern Wilbarger and northern Baylor counties in northern Texas. This will go once again to the top of the hour at 5:00 p.m. Central Daylight Time. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located 5 miles northeast of Red Springs, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. This was confirmed by weather spotters. And this is going to include, once again, Seymour. This will also include Red Springs, Lake Kemp, Maybell, and Lake Diversion. If you are in any of these areas, now is the time to take your tornado safe precautions.
750 in that tornado warning right now, and 2 more new ones came in. New Hampton and Gentry, Missouri until 4:45 p.m. A tornado warning back up there again. And for Howard, Moline, and Granola, Kansas until 5:15, radar indicated tornado warning there. It's another extension from the ones that we've been looking at lately, but quite a lot going on up there right now as well. So you can see all the red zones on the left hand panel show those tornado warnings, except that bottommost one which is flashing at us. That's the PDS tornado warning there, particularly dangerous situation. Thankfully, despite how large that tornado warning zone is, it is still a rather small population, but of course everyone counts, and if you are in Maybell and Red Springs, take cover immediately. Red Springs, obviously, you've known about this for a while, but
this tornado warning is in tornado warning in southeastern Kansas. This is in Elk County, and this is the one I know you mentioned, Nathan, but to provide some more details, this severe thunderstorm was located over Granola, moving to the northeast at 25 miles an hour. This dangerous storm will be near Howard at around 4:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time.
the tornado warning for Hinton just got updated. Still radar indicated until 4:30 and 6,000 in that tornado warning zone. And the tornado warning for Dexter and Silverdale till 4:45 p.m. still radar indicated.
And there is an update to that tornado warning, that PDS tornado warning. Knox County is now out of that tornado warning, so if you are in Knox County, you are in the all clear. But if you are in Baylor County, you do need to remain in your tornado shelter until this warning has expired.
or cancelled, hopefully.
We'll see.
Tornado in over Hinton may be developing multiple vortices as well.
Still not confirmed per the National Weather Service, but storm spotters, it has been confirmed. And it is about, the rotation is about to cross the Korean War Veterans Memorial Highway or Interstate 40 near its junction with State Route 8. This is near the Bridgeport area, and it does look like it is heading out of the main warning region, so there might be another warning needed to encompass where the rotation is eventually heading. It does look like if it will head in this direction, it will head farther away from the general Oklahoma City region. So thankfully, that will head towards less populated areas, but still is a threat as this is likely a tornado on the ground.
Yeah, I do need to break in that Missouri tornado warning, including Gentry and Harrison counties, is now when observed. This confirmed tornado was located near Albany, moving to the east at 30 miles an hour. This will impact Gentry and Martinsville. This tornado was reported by law enforcement.
Oh, goodness me. It is a tiny polygon, which might be cause for comfort for some people, but it is a dangerous tornado warning that is confirmed right now. Population in that is 577. Let's just bring that to the screen right now, just a sec. And that's that tornado warning. So that's another observed tornado warning, and I think that might be the first one that we've had in Missouri today.
Believe so.
Unfortunately, that is most likely, given the parameters, is most likely not going to be the only tornado warning that we will see in Missouri, as we will see areas that have thankfully missed out on tornadoes yesterday. They could be getting impacted with tornadoes today as well, and that extends down the Kansas-Missouri border. New tornado warning has just been issued. This is now for Tillman County in Oklahoma, as well as the following counties in Texas, Wichita and Wilbarger County. So it looks like this is an extension of a previous tornado warning. The severe thunderstorm was located 7 miles north to the northeast of Harold, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour.
That was the Texas one moving into Oklahoma there, the northern Texas one.
Yep, and this one is going to also go to the top of the hour. This is going to impact Hollister and Loveland. This will also include a threat for golf ball size hail.
Okay. Just reading up on my messages here. So if you've just joined us, we still have a PDS tornado warning active near Red Springs. That was the name, wasn't it? Red Springs, Texas. Also covering either Maybell or Mabel, Texas. Maybell sounds more apt. To the northeast. About a population of about 750 under that PDS tornado warning that's been active for a fair while. So that was the sound of a train going by, I think.
We are currently up to, I believe, 8, maybe 9 tornado warnings ongoing right now, all between Missouri and Texas.
Yes, let's see. 7 cells that have been warned. and 2 observed tornadoes right now, and of course the 1 PDS. So in categories of importance, that's the hierarchy, but of course any of these tornado warned cells could produce a damaging tornado at any time.
Definitely with the conditions in place.
Once again, this is a moderate risk day today, meaning that there are serious chances of seeing dangerous activity, not just from tornadoes, but very high hail amounts and strong winds occurring with these storms as well. 15 sig today, for those technical ones amongst us, for tornadoes. Basically a 15% chance of a tornado occurring within 25 miles of a point. You just point anywhere on the map within the moderate risk and there'll be a tornado within 25 miles, 15% chance of it. That's how they do their probabilities, and they do their categories based on those probabilities. And look at that right now. That Texas tornado reflectivity looking very impressive along with that velocity.
Definitely, it does have that classic hook shape to
Yep.
it, just to the north of Seymour at the moment. And it does have some intense rotation still, so the storm is definitely not done. Another thing to note with this storm, even if you're not going to be impacted by the tornado, there is also 2.75 inch in diameter or baseball size hail with this storm. So you will still likely be impacted by that aspect of the storm, even if you're not impacted by the tornado. Still, both threats are concerning.
Well, I can see that traffic has been held up on Interstate 40 near Hinton. So obviously where that tornado warning is. So clearly it's been stormy enough to cause disruption there. Whether we'll find out whether there's been a tornado there or not, but we didn't get one confirmed from the National Weather Service.
A new mesoscale discussion has just been issued. That is 185. Actually, it's a mesoscale precipitation discussion, but this does highlight the potential for flash flooding, which will increase through the evening in the current areas that we are, where some of these tornadoes are ongoing. This includes the parts of the. This does include northern Texas, parts of northern Texas, and southern Oklahoma.
Well, where is that? I think this is Lawton. We do have a few traffic cameras in Lawton here, which isn't too far away from that upcoming tornado warning. The one that's just entering Oklahoma from the south. So we'll keep an eye on this webcam here as well as we watch the traffic go by there. Some fairly dark clouds in the distance. Not much else to say about this shot at this time. Start your message with Force 13 all in text, and if you've got any observations for us, please let us know if it's safe to do so. We still have an observed tornado warning in northern Missouri right now, and of course we have the PDS dangerous situation in Texas, which is heading in the general direction of Wichita Falls. A continuation of the tornado warning for Calumet, Oklahoma, west of El Reno until 5 p.m. That's the one that we were looking at not long ago. There was another tornado warning that was issued for Canadian County, same area. So I think there's 2 tornado warnings there right next to each other at this point. I'm a bit confused by that.
It's just because that original rotation is entering out of the original tornado.
You mentioned that.
Yeah, so that's why they're discussing that.
Law
So,
enforcement has reported a tornado in Gentry County. Near Gentry, Missouri Highway Police has reported the tornado crossing Highway 169.
and that is the observed one. There's not some other one floating about somewhere, is there? I'm guessing that came from the observed tornado warning.
In Missouri, yes.
Yes, actually, we have a new tornado warning that is observed. I believe that
well, it's a
might
big
be an
extension. A
actually.
big extension.
It is. Yep, so that has been expanded to include southeastern Worth, northeastern Gentry, western Mercer, and northern Harrison counties in Missouri. This will go until 5:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time, where a confirmed tornado was located 11 miles east of Grant City, moving to the east at 50 miles an hour. Damaging tornado and ping pong ball size hail will be hazards with this storm. This tornado was confirmed earlier by emergency management. This will now include the following areas: Ridgeway, Eagleville, Canesville, Blythedale, Mount Moriah, Allendale, Denver, Martinsville, and Hatfield, including I-35 in Missouri between mile markers 96 and 113.
So the warnings continue here. A major situation ongoing right now. Just gonna grab a little screenshot of us to do a little tweet. But right now, this is the situation that we're looking at, with 2 observed tornado warnings ongoing at this time.
Yeah, and right now, as you can see, still got very tight, very strong rotation on that cell just east of Geary. That tornado warning is continuing for the next half hour here. So if you are in Geary right now, especially if you are east of Geary and northwest of Calumet, you need to be taking your tornado safe precautions right now. Same for those who are in any other tornado warning, whether it is confirmed or not, or PDS. You should be treating this as if a tornado is about to be on your doorstep. So what you want to do if you are under a tornado warning is you want to seek shelter on the lowest floor of your home or business. Basement is preferred, or a storm shelter. There are plenty of storm shelters in Oklahoma, designated ones, even in mobile trailer parks. But if you don't have any of those options available, what you need to do is get to a small interior room on the lowest floor of your home or business, preferably a basement, preferably a closet or a small bathroom, and use soft objects such as blankets and pillows to protect your head and neck from flying debris.
Okay, still waiting to see whether there's any news from... there's a new tornado? What? No, that was ages ago. It's telling me about a tornado watch from ages ago. There's no new tornado watch. There is still the one that's in effect though. But right now, no new warnings. But of course, we still have the 2 confirmed tornadoes that are active right now, including the PDS, particularly dangerous situation in Texas still at this point. And it looks like it may have just been updated actually. I imagine it is still saying the same.
It is observed. The Elk County tornado warning in Kansas is now observed. So this is now moving off.
Oh,
this
that's
is
another
moving.
one.
Yes, it is. The tornado warning was actually corrected.
So there it is,
Yeah,
the
that
observed tornado
tornado
warning for Howard, Moline, and Granola until 5:15. 1,400 in this observed tornado warning right now. So that's another one on our tally. And I'm still waiting to see. I'm sure the Texas one just got a little update. Not seeing it. Oh, yes, it has. Let's bring this up whilst we're already on this screen. There's the latest one for Texas, for Marbell or Maybell, not sure on the pronunciation of that. 390 in that zone, so thankfully it's quite a rural area. But as we say, everyone matters in this, and a dangerous tornado on the ground right now, and to take cover immediately in this zone. That's a live PDS tornado warning right now. Okay, this is Force 13 Live, and we're still covering this dangerous event, which is ongoing and will be for quite some time, it would appear, throughout the course of this evening. This is the main event, and it will go on for probably at least 2 or 3 more hours before it really starts to turn linear. There will be the possibility of dangerous tornadoes all night tonight along this line. But this right now is the main event, in which we do have currently 5 tornado warned cells and 2, in fact 3 observed tornadoes out of those 5. We'll keep giving you information as soon as we get it here. If you have any observations of your own to share, please go right ahead if it's safe to do so, if you're anywhere near the activity right now. But still looking at a lot of what's going on, and not too much new happening at present.
I will say rotation is continuing to increase on that Oklahoma storm, the storm that is towards the northwest of El Reno.
Oh.
There is still increasing rotation on it. It does look like that the winds are picking up with that storm.
Definitely.
Still no CC drop with it, but we still are seeing that there is strong rotation with this specific storm as it continues towards Harsh and Kingfisher.
You see it right there. I'm surprised there's no confirmed tornado on that.
Well, it's probably just because there hasn't been a report of a tornado on the ground yet. But I imagine this is trying really hard to produce a tornado, and it will
They've
succeed.
just updated those warnings as well, and still radar indicated.
Still is, but still very tight rotation on that storm. So be aware if you live in anywhere in those tornado warnings, and take your tornado precautions.
We're still here in the background there from Oklahoma City, and if anything happens over there, we'll be able to take a look at a few views. Right now though, Oklahoma City is relatively quiet. We also have some viewpoints at Lawton on the traffic cams there for that potential tornado warning. I'm not sure how close that tornado warning is to Lawton, Maury. Oh, I see it on your screen there. It is sort of heading in that. It would pass to the west, it looks like.
Yeah, I measured. It's about 40 miles away from Lawton at the moment. So it still has a little bit to go before it reaches the town. But it is approaching at General Region.
Continuation of a tornado warning for Howard and Moline until 5:15. That's in Kansas. But no changes to the confirmed tornadoes that we have active right now. We're just waiting for any more news. But certainly in the case of the Texas one, it's a very sparsely populated area. But I'll see if anything pops up. As of right now, I don't have anything. Nothing apart from a very good looking rotation, that's for sure, on that PDS tornado. So let's recap the current active tornado warnings. Who's got to take cover? Quite a lot of people. So tornado warning until 5 p.m. for northwestern Canadian County, radar indicated. Until 5:15 p.m. for central Elk County, radar indicated. Until 5 p.m. for northwestern Canadian County, radar indicated. For southeastern Coley County or Cowley County and western Chautauqua County in Kansas until 5:15, that's radar indicated. And then the PDS tornado warning, they last updated that at 4:32, still in effect until 5 for southeastern Wilbarger and northern Baylor counties. Moving northeast at 25 miles per hour, that damaging tornado. Very dangerous situation right now. Southeastern Worth County, northeastern Gentry County, western Mercer County and northern Harrison County in Missouri right now. That is a damaging tornado on the ground, not PDS at this point, but take cover immediately for that confirmed tornado reported by emergency management. And southeastern Tillman County in Oklahoma, northwestern Wichita County and east central Wilbarger County until 5 p.m. and another radar indicated tornado warning. And I'm sure there'll have been one or two new ones since then. Yep, an extension in fact of the one that we're watching near Interstate 40 for Kingfisher and Okarch until 5:30 p.m. and that has a fairly high population compared to what we've been looking at today mainly. Nearly 9,000 in that tornado warning. That's radar indicated right now. So take cover immediately. High damage potential if a tornado does touch down. So once again, we still have the two confirmed tornado warnings right now on opposite ends of this line. The one in northern Missouri over Interstate 35 and the one in northern Texas, which is going to pass probably just west of Wichita Falls. I'm just waiting to see if we can get any more stuff on that, but we don't have anything at this time. So there are 6 active tornado warnings. 2 of them are observed, and of course,
yeah,
one of them is PDS.
The one near Okarchi right now looks like it was. Looks like the rotation is still pretty strong, but it doesn't seem to be as strong as it was earlier.
Right.
Looking at correlation coefficient, I'm not really seeing much of a CC drop at all. Might be a small one there, but other than that, I'm not seeing much of one at all.
Still watching that area of rotation near Kingfisher, Oklahoma. It does look like it has weakened substantially, but it still is rotation, and it still is a radar indicated tornado warning for Kingfisher as that storm quickly approaches. It does not look like we have a CC drop on that, so still not confirmed, but still rotation on that storm, and we will be able to see it very soon.
Watching it like a hawk. Decent population in that one, so we'll keep watching that closely indeed. But believe it or not, we've actually gone 3 whole minutes without a tornado warning. Make that 4. I mean, it feels like a sort of achievement so far because we're not. Oh, hold on a minute. I think the PDS in Texas has been downgraded all the way to radar indicated, which is surprising.
Well, you can see that rotation has definitely decreased substantially.
Oh, how did that happen?
Probably just conditions. It's probably, I'm unsure exactly what is happening, but it looks like the system is merging with another storm, and that might be causing the downtrend.
Where did the hook go?
Yeah, it seems like it used to have a hook, but it seems like since it's merging with the storm,
could you just pan further right? I can only see the left-hand side of your screen.
Oh, here. Here, you can see it.
That's what happened to it.
Yeah, so it's merging with another storm, and that's probably the main situation that we're dealing with here.
In any case, Marbella is just outside of that warning now, so there aren't actually any population centers in that warning, just 282 population. Obviously still important to them, so a tornado warning remains in effect, radar indicated, take cover. And in fact it looks like the northern tornado warning, the one that was in Missouri, has also been downgraded now from observed back down to radar indicated, but instead we have something different now. We have a PDS tornado warning for Kansas, for Howard and Moline until 5:15 p.m. the one that we're mentioning a few times. Those names are starting to get very familiar, and it's straight like that, another PDS tornado warning, quite close to where we had the one much earlier.
Yep, and there we go. That tornado warning is now a PDS. That is over Howard. That was over Howard, moving to northeast at 40 miles an hour. This will include the locations of Howard and Moline. If you are in Howard or Moline, you need to take your tornado precautions now. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Potentially life-threatening tornado is heading your way.
One in Missouri downgraded to radar indicated, but it is still very much there. Ridgeway, Eagleville, and Canesville. Until 5:15 p.m. you're on notice. Tornado warning, take cover now. 2,000, just over that, inside this tornado warning.
2 new tornado reports have just been released per storm chasers. One of them is there is one 1 mile southwest of Howard. A tornado was reported at 4:42 p.m. Wedge tornado reported heading towards Howard, and a storm chaser at the same time reported a tornado south of Moline, with multiple brief tornadoes just south of Moline. Secondary rotation south of the main tornado rotation area.
This is for those cells. Those are for those cells that are approaching Moline and Cedar Vale. And you can see that there is significant rotation on that observed PDS tornado warning. So definitely something to note as it moves just past Howard. Very strong system.
Could you pan to the right a bit more?
Yes.
Our screens just only catch basically the left-hand side of your screen, unfortunately.
Okay. So I'll make sure to take that into consideration.
So that's a good view of it there. Certainly some very strong winds in that.
No CC drop, however, which is a good thing. Hopefully.
Still hasn't shown up as PDS on my graphics on my radar here, but obviously it has. Interesting to inquire though, if it doesn't require a CC drop, then what is the requirement for a PDS?
Well, basically, if there is confirmation that a strong tornado is either on the ground, like because we can see it, or because there's a CC drop.
There's the live view right now. We were just about to go down to 0 confirmed tornadoes, but the new PDS changed that. So that's the one active in Kansas right now. I'll circle it. It doesn't have a special color because some reason it's not updated on here, but I'll circle it for you. It is this one. That is the PDS tornado right now in question. And we'll keep you updated on that as it progresses. Once again, that is for Howard and Moline until 5:15. Nearly 1,200 in that PDS tornado warning. And several severe thunderstorm warnings as well along that line, although maybe not as many as I was expecting actually. There's a handful behind those Kansas tornado warnings. The ones further northeast, there aren't really any there in Kansas now, but just one or two near that tornado warning in northern Missouri. And then further south you've got a couple more storms lining up behind what was that PDS in Texas, so keep watching that area closely. But once again everyone, this is the main event taking place here, and it's set to continue for at least a couple more hours. Let me just take a look and see if there's any difference on the latest HRRR model run. I just started looking at the 20Z and it doesn't really suggest to me that there's gonna be, well, there's certainly a few cells pushing along. It definitely becomes very linear by the time we get to about 10-11 p.m. and then there's an enormous line, and then the line generally starts to disintegrate throughout the early hours of the morning. But certainly the highest risk here is in the next, hard to say, probably just 2 or 3 hours though, depending on where you are. I mean, I'm just looking further north. Kansas City, let's say, you'll be getting a few storms coming in at about 7-8 p.m. I doubt they'll be tornadic, but you can't be too sure. But honestly, I'm not, until that line forms overnight, I don't see Oklahoma City really getting anything despite being in this big moderate risk.
I mean, we'll have to see what happens, but it does seem like they're in that area where it'll turn into mainly a linear type of system.
They're going to get the line when it forms at about 10 or 11 p.m.
Surely.
Alright, let's see if we've got some new warnings right now. A continuation for Cedar Vale, Kansas until 5:15, radar indicated. Kingfisher and Okarche or Okarsh, I'm not sure which one that is, or either, radar indicated. Still in effect there, so no changes. Oh, and finally the PDS that we were looking at has finally shown up on my map, and you can see it there with the distinctive sort of flashing pink outline I'll just mark it there. It's quite a small one, so you might miss it. It's that one. That's the PDS that's active right now, and the only confirmed tornado at this juncture. And so we have 6 tornado warnings that are currently active from 6 cells, and the most dangerous one is obviously the PDS, which is quite a ways east of Wichita, and after that it's probably, I'm not sure what the next most dangerous one is, but of course they're all dangerous and take cover from in all of those warning zones. Continuation of the tornado warning for Howard, Kansas. That was the PDS and that's been removed. It's still an observed tornado. There's Maury with the info there. Weather spotters confirming the tornado moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. So the PDS tag lifted on that one, but still observed. Tornadoes on the ground, very dangerous. And I'm not sure there's many viewpoints over in that area either. I should have checked that more sooner. There was actually Elk City, but I think that's a little bit away from there now. And just having a little look at one of their cameras there, and it doesn't look that spectacular. Once again, in the background you're hearing quite a lot of wind, and that's Oklahoma City in the background. There you go, you can hear that.
We actually did get a new tornado warning for southeastern Elk County and southeastern Kansas. This is going to go until 5:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Severe thunderstorm was located near Elk Falls, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. Tornado and half-dollar-sized hail are the threats of this storm, and this storm will be near Longton in 5 minutes. So if you are in Longton, you need to be in your tornado shelters right now.
Where's that? I'm not seeing that at all.
This was literally issued just a minute ago.
Yeah, I got it. I'm trying to figure out if that's is it an extension or is it I think it is a brand new one, isn't it?
Yeah, it does seem
there
like
it is. It's on the south side of the one that the observed tornado warning. So is that a different potential tornado or is it the same one?
No, it seems like it is a different one.
I think it is because it's next to
out
it.
of the line that is heading towards places further east. Heading towards Fredonia at the moment, even though that is not directly in the warning. But it will head towards those general regions, and that's why it has warranted a tornado warning.
That's not the one we wanted to show you on the screen there because they come in so quickly. But if you wanted to know that one, that's a continuation of that tornado warning. But we were going to show you the graphic for the one we've just been talking about, but never mind. And also a continuation of that XPDS in Texas for Baylor County and Wilbarger County until 5 p.m. Radar indicated now, and a tiny population in there, 194, but still a tornado warning active for that zone. We still have the one confirmed tornado on the ground right now, and that is the one near Howard, and all the others are not confirmed, but there are still 6 in total, any of which have the capacity to cause serious problems. There's a new tornado watch that has been issued for parts of Kansas and Missouri until 12 midnight. Let's take a look at it. Any minute now. There is the tornado watch. So 2.7 million people in this tornado watch, including Coffeyville, Joplin, Pittsburgh, Nevada, Clinton, Harrisonville, Kansas City, Leavenworth, Sedalia, Marshall, and Moberly. A few tornadoes likely, scattered hail up to 2-inch size likely, and widespread gusts up to 70 miles per hour likely. Now, we had a PDS tornado watch earlier. That wording doesn't sound like a PDS to me, so I assume it isn't on this particular watch. Anyone know?
I'm not sure which watch you're specifically working at.
One that's just come out in the last minute. I'll see if I can get that info just now. But that's the new tornado watch that we've just shown you. That's just been issued, and certainly doesn't look like a PDS.
So, the PDS tornado warning has been extended, but no longer as a PDS tornado warning. Now only an observed tornado warning for areas such as Fall River and Coyville, as it approaches towards US Route 54.
Yeah. Oh, and the ex-PDS in Texas has now reached Electra, which was under another tornado warning earlier. They're now under a second tornado warning now. And Cadane Corner until 5:45 p.m. Radar indicated tornado warning for you. And Kingfisher, Oklahoma, still under that tornado warning there as well. Radar indicated. And but the news there, Maury, is that there was a new tornado watch that was just issued, and I was just wondering whether it was PDS tornado watch or not, but I don't think it is.
I'm looking at the watch now. It does not look like it is a particularly dangerous situation. It says tornado watch means conditions are favorable for tornadoes and severe thunderstorms in and close to the watch area. And it isn't saying that strong tornadoes are a possibility necessarily, but it is saying that tornadoes in general are possibly a threat. So I don't believe this is a PDS watch.
So we got an extension of that observed tornado warning. Here it is for Toronto, but not that one in Kansas. Fall River and Coyville until 5:45. This observed tornado warning. Still, once again, in generally low populations, which is good news, but of course 788 people still in this observed tornado warning. Take cover immediately. Dangerous tornado on the ground. This is Force 13 Live. It's just reached 10 p.m. UTC, which is I don't even know anymore, 5 p.m. Central Time. If you find this stream useful, please feel free to share it, and if anyone's in the area, then it may benefit them. And if you are in the area and you want to share your observations, if it's safe to do so, feel free to send us a message or send us pictures through our Twitter handle or through email.
So we still have noticeable rotation storm that is approaching Fall River. It isn't quite as large and intense as it used to be, but it still continues to approach towards Fall River and Coyville.
Yeah.
This is still continuing as an observed tornado warning due to the people who have spotted this tornado.
I'm still looking back at some of the places that were affected by the PDSs earlier. I'm still really not seeing anything about potential damages or whatever. Not to say it hasn't happened, but looking very quiet from what I'm seeing regarding reports. But of course we'll also get official reports from the SPC or the National Weather Service over the next few hours as well, and they might have some extra info. But as of right now, I'm not really seeing anything on social media. Right now, we still have 4. Is it 1, 2, 3, 5 active cells that are producing tornado warnings, and so we still have a dangerous situation going on here. On this moderate risk day across the central United States, once again, it's the time of year, and we still have the active tornado, which is still moving northeastwards, and there's just been an update for Longton, Elk Falls and Oak Valley. That's observed as well.
So yes, we do have a new observed tornado warning. Law enforcement confirmed the tornado, and that's heading towards Longton and Oak Valley.
So that's a different one.
It is a different rotation entirely along the same line of storms.
2 confirmed tornadoes next to each other here, moving through southeastern Kansas. Take cover now in those areas. Let's see if we can get any more cameras in these areas. Something that I've not really been looking at, to be honest. Let's see what we've got. There was a viewpoint in the area, but I don't think it's working.
Have we gone over this new tornado watch yet?
Yes. What's your take on it?
Yeah. So I do want to point out that severe wind gusts are actually appear to be the highest probability out of all of them. So you are looking at all hazards in this area, however, hail and tornadoes are still going to be the biggest threat as far as significant significant events go. And this is going to be for, once I get the map up here, this is going to be for eastern Kansas and western central Missouri, and this is going to go until midnight Central Daylight Time. Few tornadoes likely, with a couple intense tornadoes possible. Widespread damaging wind gusts to 70 miles an hour likely. Scattered large hail and isolated very large hail events to 2 inches in diameter will also be likely.
It's on the eastern edge of that moderate risk zone. And tornado warning continues for Canesville and Blythedale, Missouri until 5:15 as well. That's radar indicated there. That one rumbling on up there, that's the top of my left hand screen there, top right, you can see it, that little red box. So we've still got an observed tornado warning active right now in southeastern Kansas, and we have several other radar indicated tornado warnings. And did something just change then, or am I seeing things? Yes, the observed tornado warning has just been updated, still continues for Elk County until 5:15.
A new flash flood warning has also been issued in northern Texas. This is for northern Baylor, southeastern Ford, Knox, and southern Wilbarger counties.
Oh yeah, it's
this
a big
is
one.
going to, yep, and this is going to be going until 9:00 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The expect between 2 and 3 inches of rain have fallen across this area, and that is expected to double, if not have if the expected rainfall rate is 2.5 to 5 inches per hour. Additional rainfall amounts of up to 3 inches are also possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is either ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Some areas that will experience flash flooding will include Seymour, Monday, Knox City, Benjamin, Gorey, Red Springs, Vera, Lake Kemp, Maybell, Rhineland, Grayback, Lake Diversion, and Harold.
Whole bunch of places there.
And a new tornado warning has also been issued. New tornado warning has been issued for north central Grundy, northwestern Sullivan, southeastern Mercer, and southwestern Putnam counties in Missouri. And this is going to be going to the bottom of the hour. At 5:07 p.m. Central Time, a severe thunderstorm was located near Spickard, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. This storm is capable of producing a tornado as well as quarter-size hail. Locations impacted will be Spickard, Newtown, Lucerne, and Harris. If you are in any of those areas, you need to take your tornado safety precautions now.
So that's another area with a tornado warning now. So 2 active there in northern Missouri at this point. And that one's going till past. Let's go back to a live view at Lawton, Oklahoma, which is near what was a tornado warned cell. It's just a severe thunderstorm warning now, but nonetheless things might get a bit interesting over in this area. Certainly looks like it's getting pretty dark in the surroundings, so we'll keep one eye on this view because it's one of the places where there's a camera, but there aren't that many of them. Certainly a lot of rural areas that are being impacted today, especially further south. But right now we're dealing with quite a few tornado warnings. There is still at least one observed. I don't know what's going on with that one in southeastern Kansas now. There were 2 next to each other. Is that still the case?
I believe it is still the case. There are still 2 next to each other. In fact, I believe... Never mind, I thought one of them got extended, but they didn't. The rotation on the southern cell is beginning to weaken, though, but there still is a tornado warning on it observed for that tornado that was confirmed on the ground near Longton. And we still have that rotation near Fall River, too, which continues to persist into the new tornado warning.
Nice feedback there. Anyways, we still have all those tornado warnings active, but the 2 ones then, those are the most serious ones right now observed on the ground at this point. Most of our attention was in Texas last hour when we had that big PDS tornado warning. That is still active, not as PDS though, just as a radar indicated tornado warning. That cell is still going, and pretty much all of that flash flood warning is basically where that cell has tracked in the last hour or so. And there's a few more severe thunderstorm warnings behind it, so not only could one of them turn tornadic, but also line of rain moving in could cause some major flash flooding issues. There's a new tornado warning active for Granola, Kansas. Now that looks like it's been it's off the back of the other ones that we've been looking at, Murray. I think it's right behind the ones that we've been tracking.
I think I found it. It's this one. And there is some rotation on it, even though it very briefly maintained itself, but now it's starting to weaken once again. as it moves towards the northeast of Granola.
It's all getting very
rotation-
convoluted over there. It's getting mashed up into a big line nonsense stuff.
Definitely. There's been a lot of rotating, and that just shows how conducive this environment is.
Yeah. And plenty of severe thunderstorm warnings all across that northern Oklahoma area into southern Kansas. There must be a flash flood warning there by now, because there is just loads of rain pouring in there near Interstate 35. And there's another new tornado warning that's just appeared on my feed here. I'm waiting for the confirmation on it. It's just south. It is in Oklahoma, just south of the border. Once again, behind those other ones that we've just been pointing out. There it is. Maurice just found it. What on earth is that? We're just waiting for the National Weather Service confirmation on this one, but it definitely is an active tornado warning. And I don't really know what to make of that one.
I mean, it is rotating a little bit. It's sort of like a linear system, like as it heads towards Foraker and Webb City. It's a little part of the line that seems to be bowing out, I guess. But
Yeah.
one thing to note with all of these cells, it looks like they are already congealing into a line. So
Yeah.
that definitely makes a difference in how many tornadoes we're going to see.
There's that warning. It's for Shidler, Webb City, and Graniola, Oklahoma until 6 p.m. A population of 351 in there, so we're still dealing with small amounts, thankfully, but of course, to those people, this is still very important. Take cover now.
This is for north central Osage County in northeastern Oklahoma. This is going to go to the top of the hour. This will also include Shidler, as well as Graniola, Foraker, and Webb City.
Sandra's just messaged us saying tornado warning sirens in Spickard, Missouri. I take it that might be from that tornado warning up there. There were two. One of them's gone now. There's still one active.
I gotta see where's Spickard.
I think I may vaguely remember your town mentioned in that one, or I might just be completely wrong. Let's see. Oh yes, it's right next to Spickard. You're not. The northern side of town is in that warning, so definitely, but should have just passed you, I think.
Yeah, it does seem like it is mainly past you, the main rotation, but it was just near Spickard recently.
And they've just updated that warning as well. Just a few seconds ago. Newtown and Lucerne are the main places in that warning now until 5:30 p.m. Population 819. And if I'm not mistaken, all those observed tornado warnings are gone. And the first time in a good while here, since we first came on the air actually, we are down to no confirmed tornadoes at this time.
Does look such.
Oh, does it look sus? What is that thing?
I mean, there's some rotation. This is with that southern cell that we were looking near Fall River that's heading towards Fredonia now. It isn't looking too intense on both sides. It's just looking like intense for the winds on one of the sides. So that's what we're mainly looking at. And By the way, what you're seeing here is a past tornado report from yesterday. So
Oh.
just to clarify.
Huh.
Still a system to watch, and we're still watching the storm that's north of Fall River that's approaching towards Coyville.
Very interesting. I'm still looking at Oklahoma City with one eye over there as well, but honestly it looks like Oklahoma City is going to miss a lot of today's action, even though they're right in the heart of the action. The rest of the state in a bunch of stuff.
I do need to break in here as we do have a new tornado warning that has just been issued for northeastern Kingfisher, northwestern Logan, and southeastern Garfield counties in Oklahoma. This one will go to the top of the hour, where a severe thunderstorm was located 4 miles east of Dover, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. Tornado and ping pong ball size hail will be the hazards with this storm. This will include Marshall, Lovell, and Hayward.
And that is the cell that was near Hinton earlier that was tornado warned. So there it is once again, pushing northeastwards. A very narrow polygon on that. But just to reiterate there, Marshall and Lovell until 6 p.m. Population of 947. And another tornado warning in Kansas for Fredonia, Benedict, and New Albany. Again,
Yep,
I think it's all part of the same stuff that we've been watching.
Right, and this one is specifically for northwestern Wilson County in southeastern Kansas, where a severe thunderstorm was located near Fall River, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. Hazard with the storm will be tornado and quarter-sized hail. However, it will remain over mainly rural areas of northwestern Wilson County. Benedict and New Albany are under this warning. So if you're in Benedict or New Albany, now is the time to take your tornado safe precautions.
Right next to that previous tornado report.
Yeah, and also speaking of reports,
yes,
law
please.
enforcement has reported a flash flood 4 miles southwest of Blackwell in Kane County. US 177 is flooded north of US 60 all the way to Blackwell. Roadway may be partially washed out in places.
Where is that?
I believe that is in Oklahoma.
That is along Interstate 35 near Ponca City.
Damn.
Yeah.
Well, we showed you a camera of that area earlier.
Yeah, it's north of US 60 to Blackwell.
It is near a tornado warning for Webb City and Foraker.
Let's have another look at that area right now, and as you can see, it's looking very wet. This is Interstate 35 looking south, not far from the Kansas state line, and you can see it's very miserable looking there, and this area's had a lot of strong storms pass through. This part of the interstate just about to fall behind the line in the next about next hour or so, and very wet here, and certainly you can imagine that some places nearby might be flooding. This is under the flash flood warning. That's Interstate 35 looking south. We don't really have any other cameras in important areas right now, and it sort of feels like we've entered a bit of a lull with no active tornadoes on the ground, but we still have 6 tornado warnings active, 7 actually. 7 tornado warnings active, so there's still a lot to look at right now. Maury, which one? Well, just show us whichever one you want there.
It's the one near Ponca City at the moment, near that flash flood warning. I am still seeing rotation on it, and it does look fairly intense. Not anything too intense, but it is noticeable, and definitely is experiencing. There's nothing you can tell with the CC drop, but it doesn't have one at the moment. But still, some rotation continuing on that cell.
The warning in Missouri is still active. Why don't we look at that one?
Yes, okay. Looking up towards Princeton, that general region of Missouri, and up towards Unionville, we do have a tornado warning in effect that includes Newtown and Lucerne. And there's still some rotation on it, and definitely not anything too strong, but it still is something to note, and is worthy of a tornado warning, even though this tornado warning is about to expire, so I'm unsure if they'll reissue it or something else.
And it feels like the Texas one has been going on forever. It's still active. You got any info on that?
Yes, I'm moving on to that one now. That one is still active. Of course, it's much weaker than it used to be, but still is a tornado warning in effect, fairly close to Wichita Falls, and still has 2.75 inch in diameter hail with it as well. Oh. So that is still a concern for those areas just west of Wichita Falls. But rotation is really messy on that system, as I'm seeing. So that is one thing to note.
If anything interesting happens in Oklahoma City, we'll be able to take a look at it. I'm sure any other major place as well will have a few viewpoints, but for the time being, again, it's mainly rural areas that are being affected by these tornadoes today, and so we'll keep an eye out. But as of right now, not as much going on, I think it's safe to say, and certainly no imminent danger like what we've seen in the last few hours, where we had, how many PDS tornadoes did we have in the end? Was it 4?
Might have been somewhere around there.
I lost count as to which one was which. It's very easy to lose count when you see them get reissued all the time.
Up to this point, though, I would say that today so far has not been as busy as yesterday was.
Okay. I wasn't there yesterday, so I really don't know much about it.
Yesterday was, well, yesterday there were more, I believe there were more PDS tornado warnings, and there were 2 different tornado emergencies.
There was probably more tornado emergencies. I think there was 4, but 2 of them were from specific tornadoes.
Yeah, so I would basically count 2 of them, technically. In terms of emergency warned storms, I would say.
Okay.
We still had quite a bit today. I mean, we still had a lot of PDS tornado warnings, but it's definitely not the level of activity that we saw.
We're talking past tense already.
Yeah, and it hasn't affected as many population centers today as it has yesterday.
Well, that is
But we'll
true.
still wait and see. This event is not done yet. And we still have time to tell whether we are going to get some significant tornadoes.
Yes, I've seen the new HRRR. It still shows a window for tornadoes, particularly along Interstate 44 in southern Oklahoma.
So maybe that will be the area to watch upcoming.
That's over the next 4 hours or so, and there could even be a little bit or two heading to northwards towards Oklahoma City much later tonight. I don't know if they're going to be tornadic, but eventually things will really get into this big fat line by the time we get to about 9 p.m. It will be pretty much linear. So we've got till about, I would say, 7 p.m. for any more really big action to go on. And what time is it now? It's 5:30?
Yes.
It's 5:30. Yep, pretty much.
So actually 8 p.m. So about 2.5 hours still where we could see some more big activity, but certainly we've got a lull right now, and it's very weird to say that because we do still have 6 tornado warnings.
Yeah, we do have 6 tornado warnings ongoing. And how many of those are observed?
None. And it's been a whopping 9 minutes since the last tornado warning was issued. So we might see some expirations coming up shortly. It looks like that Texas one is going to expire because they put out a severe thunderstorm warning ahead of it.
Although we do notice that there is a new tornado warning cell in Missouri.
Yeah. Is that a different cell?
No, it's the same cell.
So an
it's the same cell. It's just being extended since the warning is about to expire from that original cell, from that original one. It still is radar indicated as it approaches Newtown and Unionville.
Right, so this tornado warning, this is for the counties of Sullivan, Mercer, and Putnam. This one will also go to the top of the hour. This severe thunderstorm is 13 miles east of Princeton, moving to the northeast at 35 miles an hour. The locations are going to be Newtown, Lucerne, Harris, and Lemons. They're going to be in the line of fire for this storm. So if you are in any of those areas, you need to be taking your tornado safe precautions. Remember, that is the lowest floor of your home or business, putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible, preferably in an interior room. And you'll want to cover yourself with any soft objects, such as pillows, blankets, or jackets. As once again, the leading cause of tornado deaths are blunt force trauma to the head or neck.
Yeah, even the chatter is getting pretty quiet from what I'm seeing right now. But we still have these tornado warnings, quite a few. Is that a new one? I've gotten lost with all this now. Tornado warning continues from Marshall, Oklahoma till 6 p.m. Very narrow warning zone. Yeah, there is... oh, there's a new warning. Well out of the way. For Gove County, Logan County, until 6 p.m. That's western Kansas right now. You got that, Maury?
Oh yeah, I see that. That is very interesting. But there was a slight tornado risk out there. I'm looking to zoom in on it now. Yeah, there's some rotation of Oakley. This is some of the same regions that were hit by severe weather on Thursday. This is... I don't know if there's... I think there's a little less moisture to work with in the region. There still is the possibility of some tornadoes to develop, as it is a 5% risk in this area.
Now, there's a population of 33 inside that warning zone. But if you are one of those, take cover now.
Yes.
And they did add another tornado warning, which was an extension from the one in Oklahoma into Kansas. Cedar Vale, Hewins, and Wonetta until 6 p.m. warning.
Does seem like a lot of these warnings are repeating in the same areas, which also might showcase some flooding potential in those regions.
Oh, yes. Definitely.
And even to add on to that, we do have a considerable tagged severe thunderstorm warning for northern K County in northern Oklahoma. This one will go till 6:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Where severe thunderstorms are located along a line. So this is a Boeing segment that has since formed. This one is extending from 5 miles west of Hardy to 5 miles west of Kildare, moving off to the northeast to 55 miles an hour. 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts can be expected with this one. This is going to include Ponca City, Newkirk, Kildare, Chilocco, Hardy, northwestern Claw Lake, and Peckham.
So this is Force 13 Live. We're still watching all these tornado warnings that are active. You can see them all in the red shapes there on the left panel. Right hand panel, Maury is showing various radar views. Left panel, we're looking at a wide shot of the action. At this point, thankfully there are no observed tornadoes on the ground at this moment. We had plenty earlier on. It does appear as though we've reached a little bit of a quiet spot here. I say quiet though, we still have all these tornado warnings active, just that none of them are observed. And most of the warnings today have been for small populations.
That is some good news that we're seeing, but of course, as is in the plains, there usually are smaller populations in many towns because there's less urbanized development in this area of the country.
Okay. But no more news at the moment. We're just looking at all those warnings active and plenty of flash flood warnings as well along these areas. See if we can have another look at the Interstate 35 where one of those flash flood warnings is. We'll show you that same shot that we had earlier. Looking south on I-35 right now. It looks like this. Very miserable indeed. And very wet. This is one of the places under the flash flood warning. But this particular location should exit the heaviest rain in about half an hour. So where is the event going to go from here? Well, there's still a few decent gaps, and there must be one or two new tornado warnings there because there's some unfamiliar shapes. That one in Texas has certainly been extended.
And we do have a new tornado warning. New tornado warning for southeastern Tillman County in southwestern Oklahoma, as well as central Wichita and east central Will Barger counties in northern Texas. This is going to go until the top of the hour. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near Electra, moving to the east at 30 miles an hour. This is going to include Burke Burnett, Iowa Park, Electra, Granfield, Loveland, Shepherd Air Force Base, Haynesville, and Cashion. So if you are in any of these locations that I've just mentioned, you should be in your tornado safe place now.
Definitely. You can see a little bit of a hook trying to develop this storm near Burke Burnett as it approaches the Interstate 44 corridor, generally near Burke Burnett.
That's the area to watch moving into the next few hours. So I just wonder though if let's see, no, this cell isn't the whole thing, but this cell will have the best chance out of anything that moves through here. There are storms forming in behind it, but honestly, that's really starting to look like it's going to form this line. And I think it is. It's forming a linear trend early there, down into Texas. I just wonder what ramifications that has on everything else.
I hate to break in right now, but we've just got a new tornado warning in Missouri. This tornado warning will be for northern Grundy, west central Sullivan, and southeastern Mercer counties. This one will also be expiring at the top of the hour, where a severe thunderstorm was located over Spickard, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. If you are in Spickard, Tyndall, Harris, or Mill Grove, you need to be in your tornado safe place right now.
And that's just behind the other warning that was there earlier. And indeed, we had a viewer in Spickard not long ago. Just less than 1,000 in that tornado warning right now.
Yeah, that is a completely different cell.
Yeah.
The original.
And there it is, looking okay on the velocity. Looks like you're in a bit of a radar mess there.
Yeah, we are quite far away from the radar.
So that's another active tornado warning right now. We still have 6 tornado warn cells producing, I think, 8 different warnings.
Unfortunately, some of these tornado warnings are actually in a bit of a radar dead zone further east from some of these radars here. It's the closest radar to the to this conglomeration of tornado warning cells here is a little ways east of the Wichita radar, so that you can kind of get, it's kind of decent in this area. Foraker, I am seeing a bit of increased rotation here, but it looks a little broad. And there could also be multiple areas of rotation near Foraker and Cedar Vale, both of which are currently under tornado warnings. So make sure that you are in shelter right now. If you are in those areas.
Tornado warning continues from Marshall, Oklahoma until 6 p.m. Again, it is radar indicated, and that's catching up towards the other cells, really, getting close to Interstate 35.
Surely. Looking back at that cell that is in far western, there is still some rotation in that system as it approaches towards the east of Oakley and towards Grinnell. It is a little hard to tell. I think this is another radar hole, but yeah, there is some rotation on that system, and it still is looking significant, but not too bad with that rotation near Elkader.
We do have an update to that tornado warning in Chautauqua County, Kansas. Cali, Kansas is now in the all clear, and that is the one near Cedar Vale. That storm is now over Cedar Vale, moving to the northeast at 25 miles an hour. Those who are in Cedar Vale should still be in their tornado shelters until this warning has expired.
The western tornado warning that you were just on about, Maury, they've just continued that one till 6 p.m. There are a whopping 27 people in that tornado warning, but everyone counts. I'm not sure if any of them will be watching our coverage. If you are, give us a wave. I doubt it.
Well, you never know. Could be the off chance. So, providing it to everyone here in case they are in those affected areas, because that is what we are trying to do. And if you know anybody in these areas, be sure to share the stream with those people so that they can get the information that they need that we are providing at the most at up to the minute.
Something like that.
Well, we
So
try to provide the latest updates as we can.
Cedar Vale, Hewins, and Juanetta was extended till 6 p.m. there. I think you mentioned 820 in that warning. But once again, you look to the left-hand panel there. All those red zones are the tornado warnings that are currently in effect. We have 6 different cells there producing at least 8 warnings, 9 warnings.
Yeah, we also want to point out a severe thunderstorm warning that is considerable tags for southwestern Wichita and southeastern Wilbarger counties for a storm located 6 miles north of Lake Diversion, moving to the northeast at 25 miles an hour. This one has a tornado possible tag on it, and this will be impacting Electra very shortly if it's not already.
That's the tornado. They still have tornado warnings out for that one on top of the severe thunderstorm warning. I wonder if they'll expire those tornado warnings.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if Electra is actually in that tornado warning right now.
I reckon they will be.
And we also have another tornado possible tag severe thunderstorm warning up in southeastern Kansas for Wilson and Woodson counties until 6, which is going to be going for the next hour. Severe thunderstorm. This is for that Boeing segment between Toronto to 8 miles northwest of Buffalo to near Fredonia. Keep in mind this is all in Kansas. Moving northeast. All these cities are in Kansas. Moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. While 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail will be the main threats here, you do need to remain alert as a tornado is possible for this severe thunderstorm warning. And that is going to include Fredonia, Yates Center, Altoona, Toronto, Toronto Lake, Buffalo, Neosho Falls, Benedict, Coyville, Batesville, Rose, Cross Timbers State Park, and Pequot.
One of the Texas tornado warnings has expired. And I imagine the other one might be following suit.
The Fredonia, Kansas tornado warning has also been allowed to expire.
A continuation for Osage County until 6 p.m. Population of 30 in that tornado warning. So it really seems to be quietening down at the moment. But we still have plenty going on right now, with a boatload of tornado warnings still active.
Yeah, and that rotation actually might be pretty tight near Cedar Vale, just southeast of Cedar Vale. The tornado might be imminent with that storm, with that rotation.
Maury's on it.
Southeast. Yep. I actually don't know. It looks like we might have a CC drop on it too, but I don't know if that's contamination. I'll have to see how well that lines.
I don't know about that.
It looks a little bit like contaminated, but
yeah. And not to mention, it is not in a great radar zone area either. Coverage is not great in that area, so we're gonna have to rely on ground reports, any ground reports that come out of the Cedar Vale area.
So they updated the Wichita County tornado warning, I think, unless that's... Is that in a different place? Hold on a minute. What's going on here? Maury, what's going on out west? Is there a second tornado warn zone? Oh gosh, there is. A tiny
Yeah, I have no idea why, but we are getting cells in western Kansas now.
There's a population of 15 in that one.
Definitely a lot of
15.
these low populated western tornado warnings that we're seeing.
Wow.
Yeah, rotation isn't that bad either.
Not far from
How
from
interesting.
Scott City either.
From where?
Scott City.
Scott City. Oh, it's on the right there. So it's west of Scott City. It's the closest settlement, as far as I can see, is Marienthal. It's just north of that tornado warning. So there we go. Another tiny tornado warning there in western Kansas. Give you a quick roundup here. We still have 2 tornado warnings in Missouri. There's now 3 in Kansas, 2 in Oklahoma, well 2.5 actually, because the one in Texas is on its way in, and then that one in Texas, of course, which may be about to expire, I'm not sure. But it has been a little while since we had an observed confirmed tornado, which is obviously better news. The previous hour was very hectic with several PDS tornado warnings, particularly dangerous situations, and damaging tornadoes were on the ground. I didn't really find very much at all regarding damages from those, but they are fairly sparse areas, and so damages will have been limited as opposed to some of the more populated areas that we've dealt with even this year. But what we're really looking at here is that potential along Interstate 44, I would say, through Oklahoma, to see if anything flashes up, especially the southern Interstate 44, Oklahoma. Looks like we've lost Maury there. And Sam is showing us Kansas City. Look at that view. That's looking very ominous there as well.
Yeah, looks like that line is starting to, looks like a bit developing squall line, possible potential QLCS is starting to impinge on the Kansas City metro area. Keep in mind that these could be, that this is still a little bit disheveled, which means you could have a couple of supercells, that possible supercells that could develop, that could produce a short-term, more rather significant tornado threat. So those of you who are in just reminder, this area is under a tornado watch, where they do mention a couple strong tornadoes being possible.
Well, not a huge amount else to say right now. We are still watching the situation live, and we'll go to our full shot here as we look at a few locations. You can see how the line went past Wichita not long ago, and the satellite presentation of this as well on our bottom right hand panel, looking very nice indeed from above. We're waiting for more tornado warnings. They've done a continuation for Wichita County, that tiny one in western Kansas with a tiny population too, and the other one actually in Gove County and Logan County. But apart from that, no new info. It's all gone very quiet.
You just get a new mesoscale discussion concerning the ongoing severe thunderstorm watch, and this is for the southern plains, where severe weather with a continuing severe weather threat across western and central Oklahoma into northwest Texas. What they're practically saying is that the lower level jet will strengthen ahead of the trough affecting the area into southwest Oklahoma. This will provide some juice for additional thunderstorms, some additional strong to possibly severe thunderstorms to form with a southwest to northeast oriented corridor of thunderstorms, which is moving from northwest Texas into southwest Oklahoma. It may not move appreciably east over the next few hours until large-scale forcing shunts this region downstream later tonight. Upscale growth into a line may occur as the lower level jet and the aforementioned jet conjoin in this area. Supercells will continue to be favored along with tornadoes, but some of this activity could turn linear and along with clustering, which would dampen the greater severe weather threat.
We got a PDS tornado warning active right now in Sedan, Elgin, and Hewins, Kansas until 6:30 p.m.
Yeah,
and that's not the one. This is another one that's just appeared. This is not the one on our screen right now. The PDS, let me just get that to you really quick here. That's the PDS tornado warning there right now. 1,671 in this damaging tornado in its track. Take cover immediately. PDS.
Yep, this PDS tornado warning will include Elgin and hail. This will be in central Chautauqua County in southeastern Kansas, which is going to go to the bottom of the hour. So 6:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. A large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Elgin, or 8 miles east of Cedar Vale, moving to the northeast at 25 miles an hour. If you are in hail, you need to take cover now. This is a potentially life-threatening situation. A large and extremely dangerous and potentially deadly tornado is on the ground near hail.
So PDS on that one, a particularly dangerous situation. I'm gonna try and get you a close-up on that radar without breaking my machine, which is obviously very likely. Let me go find you the closest radar site.
Another tornado warning has also been issued as well for northern Osage County in northeastern Oklahoma. This is going to expire at 6:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time, where a severe thunderstorm was located 6 miles southwest of Elgin, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour, carrying a threat for tornadoes and quarter-size hail. Locations in or near this path include Big Heart, Hula, and Washashi State Park. If you are in any of these areas, now is the time to take your tornado precautions. Do not wait. These storms have the potential to produce significant, potentially long-track tornadoes.
There's the PDS tornado warning just northwest of Elgin, moving across Route 166, moving northeasterly, passing just west of Sedan. Although it is in that tornado warning, watch it very closely over the next few minutes here. Route 166. Let me try and get up some local maps of this area. that we're looking at right now. And I'm trying to find it here. Yes, 166. So it's a very sparse area actually, unless it went into Sedan, which it looks like it will miss just to the west. But still, you will be close enough to see it if it isn't rain wrapped. And that is moving northeasterly, which is still very close to Sedan. Just a little wobble, it could send it into town, but hopefully not. Now, that's that county. I don't have the name of that county there. Chautauqua County, and then on into Elk County after that, where it could go on to affect places along Route 160, such as Elk Falls and Longton especially. Watch that on the velocity here as it continues to churn up. That's the PDS tornado warning right now for this cell, just a few miles west of Sedan, and that's in southern Oklahoma. Are we still in Oklahoma? Southern Kansas.
That rotation is continuing to increase just northwest of Elgin as it continues northeast towards Sedan. If you are in Sedan right now, if you are in Peru or Chautauqua, you're northwest of Chautauqua, now is the time to take your tornado safe precautions. This tornado is continuing to move off to the northeast, and it looks like Sedan is right in the crosshairs.
And the Texas tornado warnings still keep coming as well. Another one now for Buck Burnett, Iowa Park, and Folks. And another tornado warning for Buffalo, Villas, and Roper, Kansas until 6:30 p.m. as well, radar indicated. And a tornado watch has been issued for parts of Illinois, Iowa, Missouri, and Wisconsin until midnight.
Yes, that is. We do also have a tornado. A tornado was reported earlier. This is a delayed report from about almost 2 hours ago now. This is 3 miles southeast of Gentry, where emergency manager has reported a tornado with metal. A metal roof has been torn off a residence. That metal is in trees, and some 4 to 6 inch tree limbs are down. So we do have some tornado damage coming out of northern Missouri right now.
You briefly saw the shape of that tornado watch. I'll read out a few places affected by it: Burlington, Iowa City, Davenport, Dubuque, and Monroe in the northeast, and Cedar Rapids. A couple tornadoes possible. Scattered hail up to 2 inches possible. Scattered gusts up to 70 miles per hour. Also possible in that tornado warning watch. But this on our screen right now is a current PDS tornado warning right now that's in effect in Elgin, Sedan, Waneta, Hewins in southeastern Kansas until 6:30 p.m. This particularly dangerous situation. Draw a little circle there, it's right over Route 166. This area is very sparse until you get to Sedan. Right round there is where the build-up starts up. And if it just wobbles eastwards a little bit, then that could be a problem.
There's an additional tornado warning, I believe it's next to this. This tornado warning is for northeastern Wilson and southeastern Woodson counties in southeastern Kansas, which will go to the bottom of the hour at 6:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time, where a severe thunderstorm was located over Buffalo, 11 miles west of Chanute, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. This tornadic thunderstorm will remain over mainly rural areas of northeastern Wilson and southeastern Woodson counties. This heavy rainfall may hide this tornado, which means is most likely a rain-wrapped tornado in this area. And we are rejoined by Maury's Data Road.
Don't like it. Hi, Maury.
Hello, I'm back.
So, another PDS tornado warning active right now. And it's a situation we continue to watch closely here. It will pass very close to Sedan. Very, very close. As we watch it on loop here. Packing some decent hail as well, and moving northeastwards. So we were having a bit of a lull until this started up again. And on latest imagery there, well, it's still looking interesting. Let's see if we can get some more news on that particular warning and how it was spotted. Let me have a little look for that. It's actually radar indicated. It will remain over mainly rural areas of central Chautauqua County, including hail. But it is, I mean, that they've put conviction behind it. Radar indicated, but they're convinced that an extremely dangerous tornado is on the ground, and they've gone with PDS, particularly dangerous situation, on this. Very close to Sedan as well, just to the west it seems. But it's looking very curious as to whether... Oh no, there's just all kinds of stuff going on with that. I wonder whether there's multiple vortices. But once again, this is in a fairly similar area to where we've seen a bunch of other serious issues today, near Dexter just to the left there, just off the map actually on your screen. Granola is just up there, Moline is just up there, Howard is just up there. These are names that we've heard multiple times tonight already. And this is the latest one. They've dropped the PDS tag. And in fact, well, it was never, I don't think, observed. It's gone down to radar indicated. So it is just back to where we were before then, with that tornado warning. The PDS tag has been lifted on that. So we'll go back to our wide shot again and show you the whole picture in what's going on across the central US right now. And we still have quite a few tornado warnings active. The ones in Missouri are gone again. There are still three in Kansas and one in Oklahoma and one in northern Texas still. And we're watching all of those right now. And as of this moment, none of them anymore are confirmed. So that was a very quick PDS, wasn't it?
It was.
Do you think it was wise?
However, it could cycle though.
Always that chance, and especially
given the conditions.
In this area. That area is getting a bit notorious. So, still watching those warnings. But at the moment, there's no new information, but the warning for Sedan and Elgin is still in effect until 6:30. The PDS tag was removed. It's still radar indicated tornado warning, just like all of the others right now. On this dangerous, moderate risk day across the central United States. Once again, in the background, you can sort of hear a little bit from Oklahoma City, one of the cameras near the interstate there, near the traffic noise, sort of works as ambience right now, but if the weather does get bad there, we can show you that spot. But for the time being, Oklahoma City certainly is quite quiet. Okay, I was just checking to see if you guys were writing anything in the our team, that is. But no real news right now. Apparently there's an outbuilding destroyed and power pole snapped by a tornado 5 miles north of Kendall, Kansas. So that's a little bit of news there.
Where did you say this was again?
Kendall. But I don't... That name's not familiar to me. I don't know where that was.
It's actually where that very tiny tornado warning was.
No. One in the middle of nowhere.
I mean, it looks here. I'm showing it on my screen where the location of Kendall, Kansas is.
Wait a second. Kendall. Where?
Kansas.
Yeah. Where's Kendall?
Right here. You see the blue dot?
Oh. Oh goodness.
Yeah, so even if there's only like few people in that tornado warning, I mean it clearly can still cause damage.
Hold on, which blue dot?
The
push thing. Oh.
Here.
That area was never warned.
I think actually this might have been from Thursday.
Oh.
This might have been from Thursday, because there was a storm in that area near Thursday.
Yeah, that place has not been warned today. That one near Scott City, that was the southern one.
Yeah, you're right. Alright, so that must have been from Thursday.
Now I'm really confused. Alright, well, I don't know. Update to the warning. Tornado warning continues for Sedan and Elgin until 6:30 p.m. Still radar indicated. I don't think that's really changed at all, that warning, but it is still active. So an update right now. I'm looking at the wrong part of the map on our left panel. Let me just go and fix that if the program responds. There it is. So we've still got those tornado warnings. There are still 3 active in Kansas, 1 in Oklahoma just about to slip out there, and that one in Texas, if it keeps going, I don't know if it will. And lots of severe thunderstorm warnings as well in northern Missouri into Iowa right now. That was obviously part of the risk areas today, which I think those areas it was more for the wind and hail. I can't actually access SPC from here just this minute, but I don't recall the tornado threat being that elevated up there. Oh, there it is. Oh no, well, they got 5% up there. But yeah, wind is 30 hatched, and hail for a little part of Iowa is 30 hatched, and 45 hatched for parts of Oklahoma. So, pretty serious stuff. We're here live with the warnings as they continue to come in. Not quite as many as we've previously had, but still a few. The tornado warning for Burnett and Folks, Texas continues here until 6:45, so they're happy to continue with that one. How's it looking? Anything there?
It's not looking anything special at the moment. It is still some rotation. You can see near Iowa Park. There is some moderate rotation that still exists, but it really is very messy of a storm. So I don't know. I have heard that maybe there's a base on it, but not much more. So.
Some people also might like to know right now that there is a severe thunderstorm warning in southern Wisconsin right now as well.
Well, they were partially in that risk.
Well, there it is.
Actually, the tornado watch goes all the way into Wisconsin. Where that severe thunderstorm warning is, and there's a tornado possible tag on that severe thunderstorm warning.
Oh no.
So, I don't know if that means much, but, I mean, there is a little bit of rotation in this storm near New Glarus in Wisconsin.
Just looking at the 22Z run on the HRRR, this event, the main sequence of this event that we're looking at right now, it is wrapping up here. It is finishing. Certainly for tornado threat, but it becomes gradually more and more linear over the course of the evening hours. The line connects fully by the time we get to about 10 or 11 o'clock tonight, and by early hours you've got a line extending all the way from the Texas-Mexico border to northern Missouri. Big line. But the line eventually dies out later in the morning. Let me just look north though on that model quickly to see what's happening up there, and I am seeing it now. Yeah, I don't think there's much else to say on that. I think the biggest chance for the tornadoes up in that area towards northern Illinois and Wisconsin is in the next 2 or 3 hours. The biggest tornado threat, in my opinion, the biggest tornado threat of the day has just passed us, and we're on the other side of that slope going down now. But there's still quite a few tornado possibilities here, and still 4 warnings that are active, and a continuation of that warning for Scott County. Still 129 in that warning. That was the one way out west. And actually there is a, not exactly a new one, but an extension of one, I think, or there's quite a few tornado warnings in this area. But Peru, Chautauqua and Neotaze until 6:45. That's radar indicated tornado warning there, 851 in that warning. So once again along the border between southern Kansas and northern Oklahoma. So something we're watching still very closely there, but we're seeing a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings now further north, especially in northern Missouri, southern Iowa. But we are waiting to see whether we'll get, I mean, it happened very suddenly, that pop-up PDS that we had a few moments ago. You get a bit jumpy if we're going to get another one, or goodness knows what else tonight. But certainly it would appear that the main threat has just passed us now. What are you guys thinking?
I mean, I agree with that statement. It doesn't look like today was nearly as definitely wasn't what we expected. That's for sure. It's not like we saw no tornadoes though. We did see quite a few, but definitely not as much as what we were expecting.
Sam, what do you think? Oh, there it is.
On which storm?
I was just wondering what you think of the event, what we're up to in the event so far, what's still to come.
Well, right now, it looks like the majority of the activity right now is being focused across southwestern Oklahoma and northeastern Oklahoma into southeastern Kansas right now. That is where the focus, most of the activity is focused right now. And given the radar presentation, it looks like right now, central Oklahoma doesn't seem to be getting much action right now, but I would imagine they'll be getting more later this evening. Is that correct?
I don't know. I don't. Well, they'll be getting something, but I don't know if it will be tornadoes. They're going to get the linear part of it when it really gets together at about 9, 10, well, 10, 11 p.m. tonight. And by early hours, it's a fat line moving. I mean, almost is already when you look at it on live radar. And already you're getting the line, the southern tail of the line, reaching I-20 now in Texas.
I am also seeing that, according to some discussions, currently, what's preventing currently preventing a greater amount of storms from firing is the amount of convective inhibition in the area. However, it looks as if the lift could be as if we could be getting some more lift over the next hour or two that could actually overcome that cap and cause more storms to fire. And given the conditions, that could still favor strong to intense supercells with the capability to produce all hazards, including still strong tornadoes and very large hail.
Well, definitely for any cells that are a little bit ahead of that line that's developing. Thing is, though, I don't see many, but there is a new tornado warning. Northern Missouri once again. And I'm just waiting for the details, but it's just appeared on my map. You can see it right at the top right of the image there on my left panel. Maury's there on it as well. What's going on? Oh.
It's an area of rotation, not anything too intense, but you can see it to the south of Meadville as it continues to approach towards Leslie. This is an area of rotation that is interesting because it's forming behind a little bit this line. But still, this storm is looking like it is producing a possible tornado as it continues to move towards the northeast.
Well, 6,500 in that tornado warning, so it certainly isn't a sparse area now. That's radar indicated, quarter-sized hail possible. That's on this latest tornado warning. And again, that's Brookfield, Meadville, and Leslie until 6:45. Send in your comments and questions if you have any, or any observations that you've made. If you're anywhere near these areas, if it's safe to do so, give us a bell. Start your message with Force 13 all in text. Every so often I'll be checking our Twitter notifications to see if anyone's mentioned us there as well. And about once a week I check my emails. I'll just double check that right now. You can send us an email as well. contact@force13.com. Okay, good. No one did, so that means I didn't ignore anyone. So the state of play right now, we still have a tornado warning in northern Missouri. Of course, that's the new one. We still have 3 tornado warnings in Oklahoma. In Kansas. There's still the one there just holding on in Oklahoma before entering Kansas. And there's that one still in Texas that's still absolutely... How long's that been active? It feels like that's been active forever.
It also looks like the cap is starting to break in western Oklahoma now.
Interesting.
So this area is going to need, this area from western to central Oklahoma is going to need to be watched more closely as over the next couple of hours, as that looks like the overall severe threat is going to start increasing in that area.
I'm not convinced yet.
They are currently struggling right now. Some of the showers are currently struggling to overcome that cap, but sooner or later, you're going to start seeing more and more of these storms start to take off from the cap erosion. Right now there is a bit more. Right now there is more of a lull. But I would not expect that to last too much longer as storms continue to see some storms really get going west of in western Oklahoma.
No new tornado warnings since that one. Oh, yeah, there is now.
Only be a matter of time. Still a fair number of tornado warnings, but they are confined right now practically to northern Missouri, southeastern Kansas, and southwestern Oklahoma into northern Texas.
A tiny extension to that tiny area that was in a tornado warning in Scott County. That's until 7:15.
New severe thunderstorm warnings are starting to pop up as well. No tornado possible so far. Also, it's worth mentioning the eastern part of Oklahoma, the eastern half of the moderate risk, has yet to be put under a watch.
Wait, really?
So the threat is, the threat.
Sure.
I think. Let me check just to make sure, but I'm pretty sure. Yeah, eastern Oklahoma is not under a watch.
Oklahoma. I didn't hear the first part of what you said there. Okay.
Yeah, no, Oklahoma. Eastern Oklahoma is yet to be put in a watch.
They've got lots of flood-related warnings, though. Watches and warnings.
Yeah, actually, surprisingly, there's only one flash flood warning, and that's actually for this area southwest of the tornado warning, where training cells are ongoing along a line from Knox City to near Wichita Falls. Large severe thunderstorm warnings are encompassing that area as well.
Maury's looking at the Texas storm there. What on earth's going on down there?
Well, it's not looking so good, it seems. It is kind of all messy, and I can't pinpoint where the direct area of rotation is. I'm thinking this is the main one, but that isn't looking so well to begin with. I do believe that this may be dropped soon, but there still is rotation to it. Although now we do have a severe thunderstorm warning now encompassing Wichita Falls. So.
Right next door there.
Yeah.
Not too far from sunset either, about another hour and a half, 2 hours maybe. Just gonna double check. No, there's no cameras over there, and well, there's some traffic cameras that are a bit lame, but not too much to see on that over at Wichita Falls. No new tornado warnings at this point, apart from the ones that are already active, of course, and there's still quite a few. Those red zones on the left hand side, you can see those are the active tornado warnings right now. And if I just turn the radar off for a second, you'll get a better idea of where all the warnings are right now. There you go. The red there is the tornado warnings. The oranges are the severe thunderstorm warnings.
2 new flood reports have just come in. One from Douglas, Kansas, where some street flooding has been reported in the city. This is reported about 10 minutes ago. And another report near Elk Falls shows water running out of fields and onto Highway 160 from just east of Moline to Highway 99 and 160 to Elk Falls City. This is a stretch of about 4 miles. Depth of water is over an inch. And keep in mind that it only takes a few inches of water to wipe a vehicle away. So make sure that if you are driving in those areas, make sure that you avoid any roads, even if they look like just large puddles. That could be those, obviously the water could be deeper than you think, and a lot of it is also rushing water that can easily sweep your vehicle away.
All right. No changes to these warnings, although one of them expired, and actually one of them got continued. The one in Missouri, continuation there until 6:45. I really don't think anything's changed in that warning there, so we're still watching that one closely. We still have 5 tornado warnings in effect, and you just saw a little update there. The one in Oklahoma just got lifted, and instead one just got put ahead of that area there further north. So Oklahoma's out of tornado warnings for at least a minute here, but there's just been one added to Kansas, and I should be knowing these locations off by heart by now because we've had all of these places today, but it's a new tornado warning for Independence, Elk City, and Havana, Kansas until 7 p.m. there. That's once again this radar indicated tornado. 9,400 in that one. Is that what you're looking at, Maury? Is that a different one?
It's a different one. I'm still looking at that storm up in Wisconsin for
Oh,
possible devastation. I mean there is some, but I know it's not an imminent tornado warning or anything. It just seems to be a little bit of rotation with
ah,
the storm. That's what I'm looking at the moment. I I can go back to that storm that you were mentioning.
sure.
New
Yep.
tornado warning has just been issued. That tornado warning is going to be from northern Montgomery County in southeastern Kansas until the top of the hour at 7 p.m. Central Time.
That's the
6:30
same
p.m.
one, isn't it?
I believe so. The Elk City, the one near Elk
Yeah.
City.
Alright, there
Yeah,
it
this
is on the...
Actually about to
Velocity.
be on Elk City in a couple of minutes. So if you're in Elk City right now, as well as Elk City Lake, Bolton, Sycamore, or Elk City State Park, you need to take shelter now. And we are actually seeing a potential tornadic supercell up in Wisconsin right now
Oh no.
as well. Near Pottsville, Wisconsin, which is not far from the border with Illinois.
Isn't that
That
just what you were
is-
looking at, Maury?
Yeah, it is.
That's southwest of just southwest of the Madison metro.
Yeah, it isn't far away from there.
Taking a look at velocity values, the rotation isn't too impressive right now, but it could be tightening up. It looks like there's a little bit of contamination in there as well, so we'll have to see. We'll have to see how this cell begins to evolve as it continues off to the northeast. Actually, almost making a beeline towards the Milwaukee metro.
So that line continuing to form slowly but surely from northern Texas right the way through to southeastern Kansas. And that trend will continue throughout the evening. Oh, what's that, Maury? Looks interesting, whatever it is. And that is still a severe thunderstorm warning, that one. Still watching to see if we get rid of some of these lingering tornado warnings. I feel like some of them have been there forever. Just like today's moderate risk has been there forever. I'm just wondering if they'll keep the moderate risk still when we get to the time. I think they might.
Well, we'll have to wait and see.
Their next update, of course, will be in an hour and a half. So still no current confirmed tornadoes right now, but we still have a few tornado warnings active, as you can see on the left panel. Those red zones, still the one in northern Texas. It just feels like that's been going on ages now. And then you've got, of course, this one that was looking interesting in southern Kansas, and of course western Kansas, and the one in northern Missouri. Will we see any tornado warnings further north than that then, do you think? I think they said in that tornado watch a couple of tornadoes possible, I think it was.
What did you say?
You know the tornado watch that they issued way up into Wisconsin? I think they said a couple tornadoes possible on that one.
Yeah, I believe so. So, I mean, we probably are going to see something occur in the next few moments. I mean, there is that storm that we have been mentioning.
How is that warning still there? Look at that Texas warning. It's been shrunk even further now. There's hardly anything left of it.
I gotta see.
Although still a significant population in there, 8,300, pretty much the whole of Burke Burnett.
Yeah, that is a pretty small warning.
Yeah, that's still.
But really, that means that it is going to be lost to us soon.
Until 6:45. It does look that way, yeah.
Also, that storm in western Kansas, rotation is dying off in that.
And that's lasted a while too.
Yeah, well, it got extended. But it looks like it's weakening now.
Well, I'll tell you what, we're all worn out after all those tornadoes earlier. And it certainly is a quiet period right now, even though we still have 5 active tornado warnings, 4 cells. And let's just see if I'm still looking out for more updates, but not much to speak of. So it might be a good time to send in your questions if you have any. And of course, unlike with hurricanes, I think there's less things to ask about when it comes to stuff like this. Unless it's like, what's your favorite storm? I don't know. That's always my answer to those questions. And people are counting down the days until hurricane season in the comments, as a matter of fact. Well, yeah, not too far away.
No.
Oh, it's a tornado warning in Wisconsin. It's happened.
Oh, there it is.
Alright, we're awake again. So, the tornado warning in western Kansas is gone. And it's been replaced with the one in Wisconsin. And as soon as we get that info, get that update, we'll bring it to you.
At 6:39 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Monticello, near Monroe, moving east at 35 miles per hour. Tornado and $half-size hail. Radar indicated rotation. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damaged roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. Locations impacted include Monticello, Albany, and Attica. Take cover now. Move to a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris.
So there it is, just over 4,200 in that tornado warning. Certainly could have been worse, but we'll have to keep watching that one. That's moving easterly almost, and it get movement speed on that, moving east at 32 miles per hour. That's the new tornado warning way up there. There it is, that little red zone there, way up in Wisconsin. So we still have quite a few tornado warnings active then with this new addition, but those western rogues, they appear to be dead now. Well, not much else to talk about just at this time, but we do have these active tornado warnings still, and lots of severe thunderstorm warnings all along those areas there on what appears to be an increasing line. Will Oklahoma City and area get anything big this evening? That's a good question that no one asked, but it's looking less likely.
Yeah.
You hear the background noise though, the wind's getting up again in Oklahoma City right now. We still have that ambient noise out there in the background, and if things get messy there we can cut to it. But they're just getting wind. They haven't had any precipitation today, I don't think. It doesn't look like. And a fair amounts of time they had clearer skies, and at least the sun made an appearance. And I imagine it was quite warm over there as well today. The western tornado warning in southern Kansas has expired. The one in Texas has expired. The one in northern Missouri has expired. So we're down to 2 tornado warnings. It's the new one that recently got issued in Wisconsin, and it's the one that's still remaining in southern Kansas. And there's a new tornado warning now. Actually, the one that was in Texas is back again. They didn't let go of it. They just added a new one. Burnett's still in the warning. Walters, Oklahoma, and Randlett, Oklahoma, until 7:30 p.m. This radar indicated tornado warning makes up the complement of 3 right now of active tornado warnings. Redneck Lover 22 has joined the chat. Hello, and says, doesn't a line of storms mean that severe straight line winds are more likely than tornadoes? Yes, pretty much. And let's not forget, even as it is right now, tornado chances are 15% SIG, wind chances are 30% SIG, and hail is 45% SIG. So wind and hail almost always have a higher chance than tornadoes.
That is true.
But especially when it becomes a line already through eastern Kansas and most parts of, well, north of there basically, wind and hail will be your main threat already now. Oklahoma will be soon, and Texas probably is as well. I'll definitely be interested to see if they keep the moderate in an hour's time. Problem is, I think we will be finishing our coverage at the end of the hour.
It does depend on how much activity we see by that time.
I don't know. But, well, I wasn't really expecting to be doing much streaming today. I've actually driven nearly 500 miles today. And I started the day 18 hours ago. So it's been a pretty long day. Jordan says, should I worry about any severe weather tonight or tomorrow in Alpena, Michigan? I hope I got that right. There's a emoji in the way, and I hope I didn't miss out any letters in your place name. Yeah, Alpena, Michigan. Michigan. Where exactly is that, Maury?
It's just outside of the 2% tornado risk, so
alright.
basically 0% tornado risk with that. I do believe they're in the marginal though, but that really isn't too much of a concern.
Just outside of 2%, so yeah. Let me just check models. So it's quite far north, are they, or south?
No, they're quite far north.
I'm just doing my due diligence here and looking at what models are throwing up for that area. Might get some scattered showers shortly. The odd heavy shower. But after that, it's, yeah, pretty much nothing. So I hope that helps. But especially looking at the HRRR model, there's just going to be a massive line of storms by the time we get to about 11 p.m. Central. And eventually you'll just have a line that goes all the way from about Del Rio, Texas, probably, all the way up to northern Missouri. And then by the time we get to, what would that be, like 9-10 a.m. tomorrow, the line's pretty much died. And I think that's pretty much the whole manifestation of that slight risk tomorrow. There's no SIG risks there tomorrow. 5% tornado, 15% wind, and 15% hail over a large area. And on day 3 it's just a marginal along the Gulf Coast, and then after that it looks like we're a little bit quiet, possibly. I don't know. Predictability too low if you ask the Storm Prediction Center. No new tornado warnings still at this point. That's why we're rabbiting along quite a lot, and I've only just realized that my map was in the wrong place. That's where the tornadoes are right now, those red zones. 3 of them. One still in southern Kansas, one just entering Oklahoma now, and one in southern Wisconsin. And still tremendous amount of severe thunderstorm warnings as that line continues to manifest. And I was just mentioning about Michigan earlier. I mean, look at this right now. There's a little special weather statement there, and as you can see, a few little wobbly storms popping up. And you'll see that line pulled south for a little bit. Oh, there's Alpena. Right, yeah, so over there you could get a little bit of activity fairly soon. Let's just load the loop on how that actually happened. And there they are. That formed pretty quickly, didn't it? So, yeah, could get a bit of a dousing, but shouldn't be anything significant. And here we are again with the current view of the tornado warnings that are active. 3 of them right now, as mentioned, including one in southern Wisconsin. Moving eastwards, but still generally low populations. Indeed, that one is for a population of 4,000. Indeed, the one that's just entering Oklahoma actually is the highest population affected, 8,400 on that one.
We are experiencing maybe a small uptick in rotation with that storm in Oklahoma. Very small, but it does look like it's organizing a little bit more.
The one that just entered from Texas.
Yes, it does look like it has a more defined hook, but it's still not very strong rotation. It's just more than it was.
There is something to tell you about as well. There's a new flash flood warning that was issued nearly 15 minutes ago for Grundy County, Southern Mercer County, Putnam County, Sullivan County, Northwestern Adair County, and Western Schuyler County. Am I getting that right? In central northeastern Missouri. Some significant areas in there by the looks of things. Some severe thunderstorms tracking over that area until 12:45 a.m. Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 1 and 2 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts of up to 2 inches are possible. Flash flooding caused by thunderstorms. Lots of cities, locations involved. Turn around, don't drown in these locations. Trenton, Milan, Unionville, Princeton, Green City, Greencastle, Spickard, Galt, Laredo, Newtown, Humphreys, Pollock, Lucerne, Worthington, Tyndall, Livonia, Harris, Osgood, Riga, and Lemons. Some of those under tornado warnings earlier on this evening. No updates to the warnings at this time. But still a fair bit going on, and a lot of severe thunderstorms along that line, which continues to develop and just reaching back into parts of Oklahoma. They're just waiting for that line to connect, but that might take a little bit longer yet.
Yeah.
I don't know if we went over this, but we do have a marine warning up in northeastern Michigan right now. Actually,
I did kind of mention that. A special weather statement.
Yeah. A special weather statement. Yeah, it says hail should be, I believe hail and wind are sub-severe in that area though.
We got a problem here. There's at least an observed tornado there in southern Oklahoma, the one that we've been watching.
So it is observed.
Just waiting for some confirmation on that. I'm seeing 2 flashing shapes there. What have they done? Oh, it's PDS, this. Walters, Randlett, and DeVol, Oklahoma. A PDS tornado warning active right now for a damaging tornado. 3013 in that PDS tornado warning, active right now. Damaging tornado. Take cover immediately in these areas. And you can see some of those places.
Yep, that tornado warning is going.
Cookie Town, Randlet, Devol,
That
and Walters.
Yep, that tornado warning is going to be in effect until 7:30 p.m. Central Time for Central Cotton, Eastern Tillman, and North Central Wichita counties for a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado over Devol, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. So it looks like Devol may have just taken a direct hit from this tornado, unfortunately. This is a Weather Spotters confirmed tornado in Devol. And this is going to impact Walters, Randlet, Cookietown, and Taylor, including I-44 between mile markers 2 and 21. So those of you who are in Walters, Randlet, Devol, Cookietown, and Taylor, you need to be in your tornado safe place now. This is a potentially life-threatening situation as a large, extremely dangerous tornado is ongoing just past Devol. And this is looking to be heading towards this is paralleling I-44 right now, and this looks like this may be crossing I-44 further north and east.
Ooh.
Still can't make a CC drop out of that though, which is some good news, but still has been confirmed by weather spotters. So this is still likely a tornado on the ground, approaching towards Randlet and Walters. So make sure to stay in your tornado safe spots.
At least for a little bout of good news, there is a tornado watch up in Kansas. I'll go up to this one. A tornado watch for central parts of central and southern Kansas has been canceled, and that is mainly going to be for central and southern Kansas right there, including the Wichita area. That area is now out of a tornado watch, but obviously the main story that we're looking at right here is going to be this PDS tornado warning, which may have just hit the town of Devol.
Yep, and some pictures that we're just looking at there from the Devol cell right now. There's another one just a few minutes ago. That's how it's looking right now.
I mean,
Devol,
the tornado could be within that hill core you see, the blue shading. Could be within.
And this is clearly rain wrapped as well, so you're most likely not going to be able to see the tornado very well, given the presentation.
And this is actually the only tornado warning active now, and it's a PDS. We'll keep watching it very closely here. Walters, Randlet, and Devol until 7:30 p.m. Damaging tornado confirmed right now. Yeah, exactly.
Also, this new flash, I believe we got a relatively new flash flood warning as well, if we haven't gone over that already.
I think we would have done if it was at 6:40.
Yeah, okay,
yeah.
So that's done. And a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings surrounding that in that area. Are there any tornado possible tagged severe thunderstorm warnings in those areas?
Good question. No idea.
One of these actually in Iowa is actually has a considerable tag on it, due to 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So this severe thunderstorm warning will remain in effect until 7:15 p.m. Central Time for Keokuk and southern Iowa counties, where severe thunderstorms were located along a line from Gibson to near Delta to near Agency, moving east at 55 miles an hour. And this is going to include Sigourney, Williamsburg, North English, Hendrick, Whatshire, Richland, Delta, Keswick, South English, Parnell, Millersburg, Harper, Martinsburg, Kinross, Hayesville, Conroy, Keota, Ollie, Webster, and Thornburg, including I-80 in Iowa between markers 211 and 226. And to answer that question, we do have a tornado possible tag to the south of that severe thunderstorm warning.
All right.
This is for Van Buren and Jefferson counties in Iowa until 7:45 p.m. Central Time, where severe thunderstorms were located from along a line from Martinsburg to Lancaster, around Lancaster, moving east at 45 miles an hour. And that's going to include Fairfield, Keosauqua, Batavia, Birmingham, Milton, Libertyville, Stockport, Lockridge, Maharishi, Vedic City, Cantrell, Packwood, Pleasant Plain, Dowds, Abingdon, Bettonsport, Vernon, Leando, Mount Sterling, Glasgow, Morris Park, and Mount Zion. So this one does have a tornado possible tag on it. And there's another one that will be expiring in 10 minutes, which is more of a run-of-the-mill warning.
Well, Devol is a very small community in southern Oklahoma. It's only about 4 or 5 blocks wide. It's possible the tornado may have passed just slightly southeast of the community, but a very small place it is, and it will be now passing northeastwards over fields, and if it keeps going it will reach a few more roads, and then obviously Interstate 44. Eventually, if it kept going, well, it would end up passing east of Lawton, which is also good news because that's also very sparse real estate over there east of Lawton. So it is still PDS, but certainly looking exactly where it's traveling, it looks like it might avoid significant areas. I'm trying to figure out where Cookie Town is. I didn't see that one on the map. I have no idea where Cookie Town is. Oh, it's there. Oh my gosh, it's such a small place. It's so small it doesn't even have any of its own streets. It's just on the main road. So the main concern really is if it lasts longer than a few miles, because then it will reach a few more locations. But as it is right now, it did smash very close, or maybe through Devol, another small place there. Randler looks like it will miss, hopefully. Should be. Now Randler is a much more substantial place. And you can hear the wind in the background, and that's at Oklahoma City. Nine minutes now since this PDS tornado warning was issued.
Rotation is trying to tighten up near Red Rock, near Vance Air Force Base.
Where's that?
I believe that's Texas, near Texas, around Texas, Oklahoma. Not exactly sure on where that is at the moment.
Let's give you a view looking from Lawton right now in the direction of this storm. It's still a little way away, but somewhere over there is the storm in question with that PDS tornado warning. So more questions then. Is Flint, Michigan in the low threat?
That depends on what risk you're talking about. If you're talking about, are you talking about convective risk?
I assume.
Alright, and by the way, we just did get a new severe thunderstorm warning with a considerable damage tag on it. That's going to be for northern Neosho and southern Allen counties in southeastern Kansas, with a severe thunderstorm located near Chanute, moving to the northeast at 35 miles an hour. This severe thunderstorm warning will go until 7:45 p.m. Central Time. 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. This will impact Chanute, Humboldt, Erie, Moran, Thayer, Savinburg, Elsmore, Stark, Earlton, Petrolia, and the Chanute Airport.
You can hear a lot of wind over there in Oklahoma City, and it looks like the tornado warning has been downgraded. It has to radar indicated, so another very brief PDS. We've seen a lot of those today. Tornado warning still in effect for Cookietown, Randlett, and Walters. Population of 2,644. And the Xbox God says, is there any effect for Laredo, Texas? That's a good question. I think you're just out of it. Gosh, I can't remember now. I think Laredo is outside of the warning zone. I don't remember writing it down on my
yeah, they're outside. They're outside of it.
Well, with that tornado downtrending, I think we're going to be finishing our stream. I know.
I would think
Shocking.
for now.
Shocking, isn't it?
I would think we would for now, but yeah, given that we are seeing a lull, that does not mean that we won't be seeing increased activity later tonight, as that cap is still in place and very well and could erode. And if it does erode across the area, that will increase the severe thunderstorm risk, as well as coverage of severe, as well as the thunderstorm coverage itself.
Oh yeah.
But not including this coverage, not our live coverage, but we're talking about aerial coverage.
We know.
But it looks like right now we might be starting to see some storms firing up to the west of in western Oklahoma now.
I did just notice that there's a few popping up there, and in southwestern Kansas as well. Interesting times, but I've gone well beyond my work limit here, so I'm going to be heading off. But if something major happens later, I believe Ethan is on standby, or will be. So if something big happens, I imagine the team might go back with live coverage, but for now we're going to finish up here. Lots of storms, a big line of them, and some more tornadoes can't be ruled out throughout the course of this evening. But for now, we're going to finish up our coverage here, and we'll see you again whenever the time comes, maybe even tomorrow if things trend upwards. I don't know about that.
I'd say most likely time frame for that to happen could be later this evening, in which case, again, as Nathan said, Ethan will be anchoring coverage for us. But right now, we would advise all of you who are in this risk today to please stay, please remain, continue to stay tuned to your local outlets and have a way to receive watches and warnings, and remember to have a plan in place to where you could shelter if a tornado warning or any other major warning is issued for your area, as we are far from done this evening.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, Sam, and also thanks to Maury for your coverage as well with the screen sharing there. Doing a good job as always.
You're welcome.
For now, we'll be separating ways here, and if there's any other updates that don't require a live event, we might end up doing some tweeting as well. Follow us on Twitter @Force13, and of course here on YouTube. But for now, good night.